Good morning, everyone. Just doing a mic check here. Cody Wright, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Sam.
Perfect. We will get started right as close to 9 as we can. We've got a packed agenda today, so Welcome and good morning. We're just having a few join the meeting here, but we will go ahead and get started. Welcome to USBE's Fall Finance Training, October 1st. I know it's a busy time of year, busy with audit wrap-ups, UPEF submissions, getting data submissions ready. But we appreciate you making the time to be here. This meeting is recorded, so if you need to step out for some reason, you can go back and reference that later. Once we finish up the meeting and get this processed into the cloud, we'll send out the link and all the presentations together. Here soon in the chat, I will drop a link to a Google Drive with most of the presentations today. But we'll ask the presenters as well to attach their presentations in the chat as we go along. So I will go ahead and do that with mine here as a few more of you join. As we go along, feel free to raise your hand. You can come off mute, ask a question. You can also ask questions in the chat, and we'll try to monitor those and get all of your questions addressed. So, okay, but we'll get everybody admitted and we'll get started here. So just a quick run through of our agenda. I'll start off with some items, reminders, legislative updates. Afterwards, we have our child nutrition program folks, Kimberly Loveland, Michelle Martin, and Kelsey Eller, to update us on child nutrition. Afterwards, we've got Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis and Deputy Audit Executive Kevin John from USBE's internal audit team. An update on the audit landscape. I know all of you would love more audits, right? But they'll be updating us on that landscape. We've got Malia Height from our educator licensing team that will be going over educator assignments and data in Cactus, a Utah grants update from Rebecca Nilsson, grants compliance update from Sarah Harward, school fees update from Barbie Faust. Laura Wilson will be filling in for John Palmer, whose wife just had a baby. With our school finance, UPEFs, chart of accounts, and fiscal flexibility update. We'll break for lunch from 12 to 1. Right after lunch, Rhett Larson from our school safety team will address us. We've got an economic update from our economist, Dr. Nestor Rodriguez. Fiscal monitoring, time and effort guidance, and special ed. Carried forward balances from Cole Shakespeare and Neil Stevens. And then an MSP update from Dale Frost, Brett Baker. Transportation, last but not least, is Ron Litchfield. And then we'll wrap up and hopefully have you out of here a little bit earlier than 4, but we'll do the best we can. So, all right, I am going to stop sharing the agenda here. But again, any questions, throw those in the chat. Feel free to raise your hand and come off mute, and we'll get those addressed as we go along here. Okay. Okay. Cody, you're my guinea pig here. Can you see that full screen?
Yep, it is full screen, Sam.
Okay, great. So Laura Wilson is going to cover this a little bit later, but off the top, from the special session over the summer, the sunset of LEA fiscal flexibility was removed. And so that does mean the LEA fiscal flexibility is not ending as of the end of last fiscal year. It is now an ongoing program. So just so that you are aware and able to use that as you see fit. Reminder is 35% of your LEA's state restricted funding for formula-based programs, and get that to switch here. You can go to schools.utah.gov/financial operations/reporting for that schedule. It's attached to our fiscal year 25 indirect cost schedule. And over there on the right-hand side, it'll tell you if a program is eligible for limited budgetary flexibility. If you are planning on utilizing one of those. So if you have questions on that, please feel free to let us know, but that has been reinstated, and that's how to access it. Okay, this is very important. The legislature, through some intent language, asked that we get them both educator and student data a little bit earlier. So what that means is that in Cactus, your educators, the snapshot is going to as of October 13th. So what you have entered in Cactus as of October 13th will affect your final allocations for all of those educator data pieces, educator salary adjustment, teacher supplies and materials, everything that hinges on educator data. So it's very important that as of October 13th, you've got all of that entered and squared away. Additionally, you should have received the UTREX data submission memo from Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, but make sure that your UTREX student data is finalized October 7th. Again, I know that's early. That's part of the reason why we wanted to do this training a little bit earlier this year, to just remind you and update you that that's the date. There will not be any data corrections. So make sure that both your educator and your student data are there on time. Again, October 7th for student data and October 13th for educator census data. Okay. Get a couple more folks submitted here, and then okay. So just a quick reminder on the WPU value increase. It was 5%. So we're at $4,494 at this point. And the MSP program is just under $7 billion this year. So we do continue to see those funding increases. A little bit later, Dr. Rodriguez will look at our incoming revenue and give you kind of a snapshot of what it might look like for fiscal year 26. This is a quick snapshot of what was funded with the Public Ed Stabilization Fund for fiscal year 25. And just to remind you on a few of these, the Excellence in Education and Leadership program will be kind of that teacher incentive managed by the Utah State University Center for the School of the Future. So that will be winding up and starting in fiscal year 26. The K-12 property insurance pool, that was added to risk management so that, hopefully mitigate some of the rate increases that they were looking at on property insurance. So look through there if you have any questions on any of those one-time funding items. That's how the Public Ed Stabilization Account was used. Okay. So just a quick reminder, we sent out the qualifying Cactus assignments for the new teacher supplies amounts. It is $500 for pre-K through 6 classroom teachers and $250 now for grades 7 through 12. Just a reminder that we were including counselors prior to this year, but HB 105 clarified that currently it's only for classroom teachers. So that's had quite a few questions on that one. Feel free to ask if you've got additional questions on the teacher supplies funds. Apologies. Okay, the Small School District Capital Needs Fund, the last 2 years has received $50 million. For fiscal 25, it received $30 million. I've had 2 districts apply so far and plan on getting applications from some more here soon. Those are due November 1st for those small rural school districts only. And most of you know who you are, but if you think you're in that category and are wondering, please let me know. It does not apply to charter schools, but does apply to small rural school districts. Okay. And okay, educator paid professional hours, 74 million was appropriated for this fiscal year. A reminder that SB 137 updated the allowable uses to include professional learning expenses such as registration, travel, materials, and it also specified the hourly pay for qualifying time equivalent to the educator's contracted hourly rate in the most recent school year, so that you should be approximating that teacher's hourly rate or that educator's hourly rate. USBE updated Administrative Rule R277629 to say that your LEA should have a policy for how these funds are distributed to your educators, mostly so that your educators know what to expect. They know what dates you're going to release those funds to them, how you're going to do that, if and how you're going to allow those newly eligible expenses such as registration, travel, and materials. So educators do now have until yesterday to make their plans. So there's a little bit more flexibility in that program at this point, but just make sure that your educators know when they can expect these funds, how they can expect that to go. And that's the reason that your LEA needs to have a policy. So if your LEA does not have a policy on how it's going to distribute the educator paid professional hours, please put that on your to-do list and make sure that your board gets that done. Okay. And so again, we have that $150 million program that's managed by the Center for the School of the Future that's coming down. Additionally, in FY26, the teacher salary supplement program will shift to the salary supplement for highly needed educators, or SHINE. Again, that's not happening this fiscal year, but next, just so that it's on your radar, and the funds will be distributed on a per student basis. Okay, just a reminder on educator salary adjustments. Each year, the educator salary adjustment will increase by the prior year's WPU value. So you already know that for fiscal year 26, the educator salary adjustment will go up by 5%. Just a reminder on the flexible allocation. What's in there right now is really kind of the old, a few older funding streams. It's just $1.7 million in fiscal 24. It had been 30 million that was allocated to using the 4th through 6th class counties. We have that in there. If the constitutional amendment does pass and we get that 2% WPU increase, it will be appropriated to the flexible allocation line item, but we will keep you posted as that goes along. Some of you have had student teachers in your LEAs that are taking advantage of the Stipends for Future Educators program, a program that I would have loved to have been in existence when I was a student teacher. It is a 3-year pilot program at this point. They have seen a lot of demand, so that 8.4 million may get used up pretty quickly. And we'll see if the legislature wants to appropriate some more to that program. USBE did update our administrative rule. So depending on what your LEA classifies the student teacher as, you can pay them, as a 1099 independent contractor. You can put them on your payroll as a W-2 employee. The allocation is only $6,000 per teacher, and you're not expected to supplement the employer taxes if you choose to do that as a W-2 employee. And that's program code 5813. I think Barbie Faust will cover this a little bit, but just a reminder that beginning fiscal year 26, general and general school fees are prohibited. Curricular and co-curricular fees are restricted. I know there's maybe going to be some changes to that in this next legislative session, but the plan is to distribute 35.5 million over the next 3 years, and to kind of make up for some of that lost revenue from those fees that are being restricted. With that, I will stop my share. Did we have any questions in the chat? I don't see anything. Okay, so I will we'll get queued up here with our child nutrition folks. And thank you very much.
Sam, it's Kim Loveland. I'll be sharing my screen.
Perfect. Thank you, Kim. Should be enabled, but give me a heads up if it's giving me any trouble, Kim.
Is it coming through okay now?
I don't see it yet. You may need to just confirm.
Okay. There we go.
There it is. Perfect.
Perfect. Sweet. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. We're glad to be on your agenda, and thanks, Sam, for the invitation. I'd like to give you just a few updates to our programs, just so that you know what's going on for this school year. Some learning objectives that we have for this morning is just to help you understand child nutrition program priorities. We've had some changes in our department, so we want you to know who to be able to contact, what your school food service staff have access to as far as resources and training. And if you happen to supervise those programs, this is good information for you as well. We also have a lot of funding and grant opportunities this school year that we want to maximize. And obviously, being a federal program, there's monitoring involved with that. So we want to just give you some expectations for preparing for those and doing some local monitoring as well. Again, just some background, we operate under the National School Lunch Act, and that was signed in 1946. So we've been around a while with these programs. And here's a quote from President Truman, just emphasizing the importance of keeping our citizens healthy. And also our programs are also under the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So we do support U.S. grown and produced foods with that. So that is always in the forefront and in the background of our decisions and efforts here at Child Nutrition. All right, as far as updates go, so I am the new director for Child Nutrition Programs. Kathleen Britton was with us for a number of years, and she's made a career out of food service and child nutrition programs. So she retired the end of July, and I have stepped into that role. And then we've had some changes internally with the office. So you will meet Kelsey Eller. She is now the coordinator for school support. So she filled my vacancy. Kelsey's been with us for over 5 years. She has a wealth of knowledge. She was working with Michelle Martin on the program development side. So a lot of training, resource development, onboarding new sponsors and things like that. So she'll be a great fit. She's also a great problem solver. She likes to solve problems and troubleshoot things. She also has experience with the food distribution program. So you'll see her name on emails and letters and things like that going out to you. But she will be overseeing more of the monitoring aspect of our programs. And then Michelle Martin is another coordinator for school programs with program development. Her role again is onboarding programs, annual contract renewals. We just got that done. Also, she is over the training group for school programs, all of our ancillary grants that we operate here at CNP, and also our food distribution program. So there's a smorgasbord of programs that Michelle oversees. Not easy to do, but she's also has a great team, and those two coordinators work together specifically for schools. We have a third coordinator, Nicole Vance. She's been with us for a few years. She started in CNP quite a while ago as a school program specialist, and then went and worked in higher ed for a while, and then came back, and she's over our child and adult care programs and our summer food service program. So we literally cover the spectrum from birth to, we want to say death, but we feed infants, childcare settings, schools, and then we also do a lot with adult daycare, residential childcare, and we also work with the Utah Food Bank heavily with our pantries as well. So there's a number of programs that we're operating in our department. But we want you to know who we are. Each one of you that are participating in the National School Lunch Program or Breakfast Program have an assigned school program specialist. They are your primary point of contact throughout the year. And they'll be following up with, different reports and information that's coming out. And we'll go over some of those details on where you can find those resources and information on our NSLP Central website. As far as communication goes, anything urgent or high level, I'll be sending out emails to the appropriate contacts that are listed in CNP Web. Majority of our information goes to the school food service director contact listed in CNP Web. Each one of the coordinators, they may be sending emails throughout the year depending on what's going on with specific grants or the programs that they're overseeing. Again, Kelsey's overseeing the monitoring piece, so her team will be sending out emails and communication for those reviews. We also provide monthly updates, and those are sent out to the food service director contacts. We also post those on our NSLP Central announcement page, so people should have access to those. Really encourage you, if you're supervising food service directors, that should be a guide to help you in your conversations throughout the year of what's happening now, what's coming up next, when our claims due, all of that information. We try to make it very timely and appropriate for those monthly updates. And then we just encourage you to reach out to us if you have questions. Also continue those conversations with your food service staff, anything regarding the program operations, budgets. We really encourage at least quarterly check-in points as well, just to see how are they managing their grants, whether that's the equipment grant, or how are they monitoring their USDA foods? Are they drawing down enough money and food to make full use of those grants? So again, we're just encouraging that. We are much for preventative care and not reactive cleanup. So we would really appreciate reaching out to us if you do need assistance or training before reviews, especially, just to make sure that you guys have what you need. Make sure you have internal controls and processes in place to make your programs successful. And as we go along, please feel free to add any comments, questions, concerns in the chat. We'll take a look at those as we go along. We really want to be a support to you, and we don't know what you need unless you tell us. So please use that chat feature. Here's a couple of systems that we currently work in. We have our CMP web system. Your food service director obviously would have a user access to the CMP web, and then there's some others. That's for your LEA to decide who needs to have access to that software system. If you as a business administrator would like to have access to that, we can help get that set up. There are some useful reports in there. Obviously, the monthly claims are submitted in that system as well. It can give you claim breakdowns of how many meals are being claimed for reimbursement and what those applicable rates are being applied to each one of those things. So that's another good edit check as you're looking at your monthly allotment memos and what's being inputted into that CMP web system. Right now, for USDA Foods, we're using the Primero Edge module. And Michelle will talk a little bit more about the food distribution program in a few minutes, but we do have an announcement that we are transitioning from CMP Web to Primero Edge for all of our programs. And so we are in the process right now of testing, making modifications for that. And in September and October, we are going to be using some of the school food service staff to help pilot just a certain section for the school programs and the summer food service programs. So those individuals have already been contacted, but as we go through this testing and get ready for implementation in the spring, we really need support from your school food service directors and staff to help us with testing and to get information in the system. And then we will run both systems side by side for a while until we feel very confident that we can just fully use Primero Edge. There's some good features in there. These are basically the only two companies that we have providing software to state agencies, but we're looking forward to this new company and the system that they're providing for us. So just be aware that that's happening. We are looking for a rollout in March of 2025 for that, and more information will be sent out throughout the year. All right, as far as supervising and oversight, again, these are federal programs. We are mostly federally funded, and with that, there's all the fun things that go with federal funds. We are updating our CFDA grant award information on our USBE Child Nutrition Program webpage. So you guys will have access to that. We're also updating our reimbursement rate page on that website. And because we are federally funded, we do have to adhere to the 2 CFR 200. And we are anticipating getting some guidance on the uniform grant guidance and how that applies to child nutrition programs. So more will be coming on that. USDA did have a final rule called the Program Integrity Rule. And with that, we are now required to provide annual procurement training. We are really focused on values-based procurement, and that is apparent in some of the grants that we'll talk about here in a few minutes. But really deciding what your goals for your LEA are as far as child nutrition programs and the environment that you want to create for your students. And we have training and resources that can help with that. We were one of the first states in the nation to do a procurement training with the Urban Food Alliance. So they are there as a resource for us as well to help us with procurement needs and really focusing on moving towards as much local procurement as we can do to support our local agriculture. We do have an equipment pre-approval list that is on our NSLP Central as well. We do have to ensure that equipment purchases for school food service using those nonprofit food service account funds either are on that pre-approval list. And if they're not, we have to do a request into our office, and we'll look at that and see if we can approve that or not, if we need to get USDA approval on that. Anything on that equipment list, if it's less than $25,000 per item, you can go ahead and follow your procurement procedures and purchase that equipment without our office approving that. And then again, we just want to reiterate documentation. Anytime anyone's doing quotes or bids or anything like that, that the appropriate documentation is maintained and filed. And we will be asking for that on upcoming procurement reviews as well. So just a few things we wanted to highlight with program management. And again, if there's anything we can do to help support you in that, please reach out to us and let us know. All right, Michelle's going to take us into USDA Foods. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Kim. I've got a handful of things I want to cover with you for USDA Foods in Schools. So USDA Foods in Schools is one of the food distribution programs that our office operates, but it is the primary one that I would like to focus with all of you since you guys service schools. There's a couple of highlights, some reminders, some of this you might have heard before. So USDA Foods in Schools, we start our process for ordering and estimating what we're going to need for the upcoming school year as early as December. Our office is preparing for what we call the annual catalog. And at the bottom of this slide, you'll see that processing contracts and then catalog those, the timeline for that. Processing contracts are due in January, and then the catalog opens in February. And what I'm talking about right now is that catalog prep. So what schools use for telling us what they would like on that catalog is their PAL or their planned assistance level. And that is the estimated value of your USDA foods that you'll receive under one of the programs that you see under usage. So direct delivery, processing, or DOD, which is the fresh fruit and vegetable program, not to be confused with FFVP, which is another grant that I'll talk about in a few minutes. But there are three primary programs that schools can allocate their PAL to. And again, that value is estimated until it lands on the dock of the LEA. Once that food is there, it is the schools, and that value is now the LEAs. So the usage piece of this, so once the school allocates that PAL, we are encouraging all LEAs, so all food service directors on that catalog in February, to make sure that they allocate 105% on the catalog. The reason for that is because we want to make sure that we are fully utilizing the state entitlement. And again, entitlement is what we call that value for at the state level, and then each LEA gets PAL, which is their piece of that entitlement. And we want to make sure that we're using up as much entitlement as possible. And they're like, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with logistical and supply chain issues, but that hits USDA Foods as well. So that's, again, we're trying to plan ahead for any of those issues that we run into with the various programs. So we want people to make sure that they're spending that. We will have training coming up in the fall for food service directors to attend, so that they are well aware of what's required for that catalog and what they need to plan for. The plug I want to put in for this right now is that if your LEA is currently participating in processing or considering processing in the future, you really need to get on those contracts. They need to be finalized and they need to be ready to submit in January. And that's bulk product for processing at the LEA level. The contacts right now for USDA Foods in Schools you can always reach out to me, or we have a Utah FDP email that I will pop in the chat at the end here. But that is a direct line to our food distribution team. There are 2 specialists in that role. We actually, Sydney Brown just had her last day last week. She's getting married and moving to Canada. We will miss her greatly. But Melissa Cowder is steadfast. She's great. She's been here for quite a while, and she's a wealth of knowledge and does a great job with USDA Foods. So those are just some basic announcements for USDA Foods in Schools and some things to pay attention to. And if you have questions, again, go ahead and shoot them to either the assigned specialist, that Utah FDP email, or you are welcome to contact myself. And don't forget those timelines on the bottom, those processing contracts, and then the catalog. The catalog is what schools will prep for the next school year, so 25-26. And orders are flying in now for direct delivery. Thanks, Kim. So Kim mentioned that one of the priorities are instituting or supporting infrastructure for local food. And we have a initiative in Utah called Farm to Fork to encapsulate not just farm to school, but any efforts to get farm to fork and on our plates. So Danny Perez is the primary contact at USBE. We do actually now, through that state agency formula grant that you see on the screen, we actually have a counterpart at UDEF as well, which is excellent. And one of the reasons that we took advantage of this grant and we see value there is that as a result of COVID and all of the supply chain issues that we all experienced, USDA has prioritized helping build infrastructure for local procurement and making sure that we can keep dollars with local agriculture wherever possible. So there, Danny and her counterpart, Natalie, at UDEF are working on that to help facilitate and have some discussions. And one of the ways that they're doing that is taking advantage of that local food for school cooperative agreement grant. And that is the beef and bison contracts that many of you have been participating in. So food service directors have ordered beef or bison off of state contracts that we awarded. And then we want to make sure that you're submitting those invoices for those products as soon as you receive them. Please make sure you get those in. This opportunity runs through May 30th of 2025. But make sure that as you're getting that product in, that your food service directors are submitting those invoices so we can make sure that we're spending that money down. We got about 1.9 million in LFS funding. Another opportunity that LEAs have available to them towards the end of the year is we do have some state money available to support additional local purchases through the enhanced meal reimbursement. And that information comes from Danny at the end of the school year. So please keep a lookout for that and keep your receipts for those local food purchases. This is some additional information about the Utah Beef and Bison Grant. So these are some of the producers you see on your screen. We're super excited about this opportunity and we're doing everything within our power to share the success stories. So if you can encourage your food service directors to tell us stories, we do want to include those in our reports. Those stories are what really make a difference when people are trying to make decisions, specifically our representatives, on whether or not they're going to prioritize local funding or funding for local food. So just some information for you to consider, but these are the local producers we have been contracting with and that are part of the LFS opportunity. Another grant that some of you might be familiar with and many of you are participating in for your elementary schools is the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. Danny also manages this grant. We were awarded our funding for the 2025 school year. Those awards are already available and in action as we speak. There is a survey that we would really appreciate if as many LEAs as possible could participate in this. It's not just a one person per LEA. We're trying to figure out exactly who knows about the fresh fruit and vegetable program and how we can help schools utilize this money. We don't fully utilize it right now. And so that's what we're trying to figure out, is how to make sure that that 3 million stays in our state and we don't have to return it back to the feds. Thanks, Kelsey. Kelsey did pop it in the chat if you have a couple. It'll take less than 2 minutes. It's a pretty quick survey. And then opportunities for the FFVP grant really quick do come in the spring. So keep that on your radar to participate for the next school year. Equipment grants, this slide goes over, many of you know Chris Brune in our office. He's our grant and contract analyst. He oversees our equipment grants. And we will be announcing the next round in November. And then again, we'll be having another round open in February. But as you can see, the value that we have been, or the allocation we've received from USDA for equipment grants, it is slowly declining and they anticipate that. So if you're waiting on equipment grant money, please take the opportunity to make sure that you apply for the next couple rounds of funding. And last but not least, we have our summer nutrition programs. This logo, you'll probably see it with your summer programs. USDA rebranded to include summer EBT. And we offer summer nutrition opportunities through three major means right now. Congregate meal sites, which is what we've always had. Most people are familiar with those. They recently approved our operation of non-congregate sites based on certain criteria. Your food service directors get that information from our office and they apply to let us know whether or not they're in rural locations and if that's something that they want to try and operate. So we look at eligibility for that, but we have seen a lot of success with that and a lot of community members who are really grateful and helpful, or find those programs, that particular operation really helpful. And then Sunbucks is summer EBT. And we are in the process of getting that implemented and planning for this summer, for summer EBT. So many of you might know that we did not participate in summer EBT this past season, but we will be going into the next year. And then last but not least, if you are doing academic summer school, the National School Breakfast and Lunch programs are available to you. Just a shameless plug for that as well. I'll pass it over to Kelsey.
Thanks, Michelle. So like Kim said, program support in child nutrition is in charge of your monitoring and your reviews. So when you receive administrative reviews from our office and procurement reviews from our office, it's something that I will oversee. A couple of things is that at your level, your district or charter levels, you will want to be doing site reviews and your own monitoring on your side of things, so you can communicate with your food service directors about how often they do that. If you have more than one site, you're required to do it. We have templates and other things available for those site reviews. Your food service directors should be familiar with those and how to do those and how to find that those templates, but they are available on NSLP Central, where Michelle linked earlier. As far as administrative reviews go and procurement reviews, our office is doing something new this year that we haven't done before. If you are receiving an administrative review from Child Nutrition, you will also receive a procurement review at the same time. Historically, the procurement reviews have just been done by Chris Brune on their own cycle, separate, but we're trying to consolidate and essentially do two things at once. So keep in mind that if you have an administrative review, they will be paired with a procurement review. For those of you who are having them this year, you should already be aware, or at least your food service directors should be. So again, like Kim mentioned earlier, please communicate with them regularly. We have those administrative reviews and procurement reviews open for at least 8 weeks. before we actually come to do the on-site portion of those reviews. And so our recommendation will just be to make use of those 8 weeks. Send in as much documentation as you can before the on-site dates, and that will go a long way to potentially reducing the number of findings, reducing the potential for withholding. Withholding happens when we're unable to complete your corrective action before the deadlines, and so we definitely recommend you use those 8 weeks before on-site visits to kind of minimize any need for withholding. As far as communication goes and technical assistance, you will be receiving letters, documentation as far as when the reviews will open, when they will close, what is due from you from the assigned CNP specialist. And again, communicate with your food service directors on what is needed in order to complete those reviews in a timely way. The potential for corrective action and fiscal action is there with each review. Corrective action happens on every review. Our programs are large, and so corrective action is expected, but fiscal action is only really only happens when there are errors in critical areas, and those can definitely be found on our website. And again, in communication with your food service directors, you can definitely become more aware of what those critical areas are and hope to avoid those, again, critical errors that may lead to fiscal action. Again, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. A couple of words about training and technical assistance. We're having an in-person fall conference on October 30th. If you're interested, we are sending out registration, opening that today. It will mainly be targeted to food service directors, but you are also welcome to register if you like. The links on that page are to, again, our CNP Central, where we're going to give you resources, a library of information on all of our programs. So school nutrition, community programs, and summer food service. We've got links to fellow directors who are willing to train new food service directors. The only other thing that I will add to this slide is really that if you are potentially looking at turnover with your food service director position, keep in mind that that position needs to meet specific requirements from the USDA, and that our office can provide some training to those individuals, but we highly recommend that you have a list of training materials, basically a toolkit for that position in your LEA, so that you can adequately train that person when they are brought on in your district or your charter. And again, we can provide some assistance, but please have a plan and procedures in place to train and adequately provide those directors with what they need if you have turnover. Okay, next slide, Kim. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Michelle and Kelsey. Again, please, if any questions were sparked from the conversation up to this point, please put those in the chat for us or reach out to us individually.
Kim, we did have a question,
Good.
sorry, from
Thank you.
Jackie. Did we address that one?
Can you read the question for me?
Does the summer EBT affect schools? Are we required to do anything with that program?
So more information will be coming out for summer EBT. It technically starts today as far as the federal funding goes. Our state has submitted a plan of management to the USDA on how we want to implement the program. We're waiting to get approval for that. And then once that approval happens, we will send out information to food service directors. We'll also be presenting information at the data meetings because it will really impact your data folks that will submit information to UTREX for this first go round. So we will need to collect. We don't want to do spreadsheets. We're going to try to capture that through Utrex. And we will need a list of students that are eligible for free and reduced meals. That's one of the criteria to qualify for those benefits. So we will be providing more training. We'll touch on that at our fall conference that will be happening the end of October as well. And we will have one of our DWS folks there with us to help with that training. DWS, Department of Workforce Services, will be the lead agency for this program. Our primary role will be to provide student eligibility information to them for DWS to issue out the benefits. Jackie, if you have more questions on that, you can reach out to me individually. It's just a quick overview. But once our plan gets approved by USDA, then things will be rolling on that. One other thing to also, if you guys will have some kind of a tracking mechanism to record time spent on any summer ABT activities, we are looking at providing reimbursement or funding so you can pay a stipend or something like that. But more information on that will be coming as well. Thank you for bringing that up, Sam. As far as 2025 state legislative session, the USPE is working on their board priorities. School nutrition programs is currently in the top 10. We're at number 9, which aligns with Representative Clancy's work on providing state funding to cover reduced price meals. So Representative Clancy's office is still working on that. There's partner groups in conversations with him, and then the legislative office has been reaching out with questions on that as well. So that's what we have at this point as far as gearing up for the next state legislative session. There's also some hot topics out there nationally and just locally. There's more national discussions about free meals for all or healthy meals for all. So you'll see that in the media. And then sit down time has also been a local hot topic where we've been having conversations with parents with concerns about how much time their children have to sit down and eat their school meals. So if you need technical assistance or training, or if you have questions on anything happening federally, obviously this is an election year as well. So we'll anticipate seeing some changes depending on how that plays out. But we are here to help you and support you and educate on anything policy. So other than that, again, just please let us know what your questions are, what your training needs are, anything we can do to communicate specific to your job role and responsibilities. And if there's any supports that CMP can help with you individually, your department or your food service department, please reach out and let us know. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Kim, Michelle, and Kelsey. I believe Kevin John from Internal Audit will be queuing up the presentation here from Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis and myself. Perfect. You guys can dive right in.
Okay, and I'll try and fix my background in just a minute. I lost it apparently, but Debbie Davis, I'm the Chief Audit Executive for the State Board of Education, and Kevin John will be tag teaming this presentation with me today. And what we are not going to talk about is pro tips for reading audit reports or elements of audit findings and reports. That's for another time. Happy to talk about it if you want to give us a call. But what we will talk about today is the audit landscape. And there are several resources out there available to you that kind of share about what the landscape looks like, audit trends and themes over the past 5 years. So we're going to cover a lot of territory. And as we do that, I hope you'll keep in mind this motto, know better, do better. And this actually comes from a friend of mine. She's embarking on a new leadership role with her PTA at her kid's school. And she shared this with me and I thought, hey, this is perfect for our audit because that's what audits are about, helping us get more information, know a little more, know better, and then we can improve, we can do a little better. So please kind of keep that in mind as we go throughout this presentation.
All right, so today what we want to share with you is the audit landscape. When I was working on my bachelor's degree, I worked as a landscaper, and one of my principal duties as a landscaper was to design characteristics on the property that would serve to distinguish it within the environment, right? Something that would make it stick out. So think waterfalls, ponds, patios, things of that nature. We want to make it identifiable. So today, when we talk about the audit landscape, we're talking about specific characteristics that we have identified by reviewing the last 5 years of audits within the massive public education system. So when we talk about audit landscape, we're going to try to answer that by sharing 3 questions to begin with, right? Trying to set some context, some background. 1, how often is public education audited? Who is auditing public education, and why are they auditing public education? So let's start off first and foremost with how often is public education being audited? So to share this, I'm going to hold on, grab this other screen real quick. I'm going to share the data sheet. So it's in the materials. Feel free to open it up your own version if you'd like, or you can follow along on the screen, and I'll kind of point out some of these data points. So first and foremost, what we have is in the center, you can see there's 92 audits of public education that we looked at within the last 5 years. And we're going to look to begin with on the left hand or the right hand side here to figure out kind of how often is public education being audited and what components or parts of that system are being looked at. So starting at the bottom on the right hand side, you can see that 11 of those 92 audits, so roughly 12%, were specific to local education agencies. 19 were specific to the USBE, and the remaining 62 of those audits were on the public education system, meaning everyone, right? So, however, given the state board, USBE has general control and supervision. It serves as the primary point of contact for those audits. How do we know that? Well, if you flip that data sheet over, you scroll down to the second page, you can see by looking at how those recommendations are being handed out in those audit reports. So of those 92 audits over the last 5 years, we've seen 335 recommendations come out of them. And there's been some recommendations to smaller groups or whatever, but let's focus on these 3 main categories. So of those 335 recommendations, roughly 37 of those have been directed at the legislature themselves. 59, or roughly just shy of 20% of those recommendations, have been directed to LEAs specifically, and then the remaining 213 of those recommendations have been directed to the USBE. So if we look at those 213 in greater detail, and we come over here to this donut on the right-hand side, we see that of those 213, an additional 7%, 15, require the USBE to work with the legislature for resolution. Another 67 of those recommendations require the USBE to work with the LEAs. And then the final 131 of those, or 62 roughly, % of the USBE of those recommendations are directly to the USBE, which isn't to say though that it only impacts the USBE. As you're well aware, again, a lot of those recommendations are policy level recommendations that are being sent to the USBE and will ultimately impact the entire system. In other words, if you look at this box here, of the 335 recommendations, only 131 of those are for USBE alone. And so although scrolling back up to the top, 81 of those audits are focused primarily, or USBE's working primarily on them, only 39% of the recommendations actually are. So a little bit of contrast there. So what does it look like as far as frequency on a year-by-year basis? So we put a little chart down here on the bottom right corner of that first page to kind of show trends over the last 5 years of audits. So you'll notice between 2020 and 2023, the public education system was averaging 11 audits per year, a high of 12, a low of 10, pretty consistently. But in fiscal year 2024, we saw 17 audit reports released. That was an increase of 55%. Now, assuming all of the audits that are currently open right now are finalized in fiscal year 2025, then we anticipate that 24 reports will be released in fiscal year 25, which represents a 118% increase over our average, our 4-year average from 2020 to 2023. Of course, what does that mean, right? The more audits, well, the more effort that's going to take to close those. On the left-hand side, we have this little box on audit status that talks a little bit about kind of what that currently looks like. So, for example, of the 92 audits, 16 or 17% are still in corrective action status and have been for an average of 951 days. That's approximately 3 years that these audits have required time and effort to try to close recommendations. Several of those have been open 4 and even 5 years as the system has focused on trying to resolve those audit concerns. What does that mean specifically for LEAs? Well, in looking at those 335 recommendations, if we scroll back down again, 126 of those, the 59 here and the 67 there, right? So 38% of those recommendations require LEA involvement. So it's going to take a lot of effort on our parts to get closure in those audit findings. So the next question we're going to talk about is, who is auditing the public education system? There's still information on that data sheet. I'm just going to stay with the slide here, and then I can read out some of those stats. But I think the simple answer is everyone is currently interested in public education. Keep in mind when we're talking about these 92 audits, this is specific to independent objective audit shops. It does not include monitoring that's happening both at the LEAs from the USBE. It doesn't include audits commissioned by LEAs for LEA specific purposes. Maybe think your financial audits. And so when we're talking these 92 audits, again, we're just talking about independent audit shops. So of those 92 audits, 14 of those, roughly 15%, were done by internal audit, our group. The vast majority of audits being conducted right now are being conducted by external audit agencies. So 78 or 85% of those. And of those 78 that are being conducted by external audit agencies, the vast majority of those are being done by state audit shops. Roughly 21% have been done by the feds. So think your U.S. Department of Education, Department of Ag. They've done roughly 21%. The remaining 79% are being done by the Office of Legislative Auditor General and the Office of the State Auditor. And then when you break that down even further, that 79%, you see that the majority, though not a lot, not a heavy majority, roughly 56% of those audits are being conducted by the Office of Legislative Auditor General. I personally find that kind of interesting simply because when you contrast the two offices, for the most part, the Office of the State Auditor is conducting audits that are required by law. Think of your financial or your single audit. Whereas the Office of the Legislative Auditor General is typically working on audits that are not required by law, but prioritized by legislation or legislative priority, right? And so I will agree, I will acknowledge that is changing a little bit, but it is interesting to see that these are inquiries that are happening by the legislature. So although everyone's doing some auditing of the public education system, the majority of audits are happening from outside the public education system where people are trying to take a look in. So we have little to no control over them. So I think that's important to note. So then our third question, well, why is public education being audited? Unfortunately, there's no simple answer here, right? There's some ways though that we may be able to decipher potentially why that's happening. One way we can do that is by looking at the type of audits that are being performed. For example, if there's a substantial number of performance audits that are happening as opposed to compliance or financial, then this could be indicative of the fact that people are questioning the performance of the public education system. I will say, though, as we looked over the last 5 years, there wasn't a clear-cut delineation between performance and compliance and financial. And in many cases, one single audit might cover all 3 of those categories. So there's not a lot of clarity there. But what we do know is the public education system appropriations are nearing $7 billion, as you see on the screen, which is nearly half the state's budget. So as we see shifts in the provision of public education services from districts and charter schools to micro schools and scholarships, the performance and operations, obviously, of the public education system are receiving intense scrutiny. So one way we can figure it out is kind of looking at the type of audits that are happening. Another way is looking at statements found within audits. So I've got some examples here. I put one on the screen. Says more than 40% of 2020 Utah high school graduates score an 18 or less on the ACT, despite billions of dollars invested annually in public education. So there's questions, right, in performance related to finance. Unfortunately, it doesn't end there, right? Another audit finding said something similar. It said, audit findings suggest that the performance of public education should be considered when assessing the value of spending. Yet another said, as providers of public education are being redefined from districts and charters to private institution, from district residents to statewide participants, annual changes in LEA allocated funding may be significant. These changes may result in the closure of district schools or LEAs operating as middlemen that rely on online students to fund current operations. So we can look at the type of audit. We can look at some of the comments that are being made within audits that are I think, in a lot of cases, the impetus for additional audits as they're trying to get clarity and insight into what's going on within the public education system. And another thing we could look at is comments made during the prioritization of audits. For example, when making the motion to prioritize a comprehensive education audit, the Senate president said it's important that we know, right, the performance of particular institutions. So they're interested in what's going on in education, not as a whole, but in very specific institutions to see what's going on and what's successful, what's not. So what's next? Well, the answer is probably who knows, but the answer might be that more audits are what's next based on recent trends. If we look at the writer and philosopher Voltaire, he said, judge a man by his questions rather than by his answers. I think it's our responsibility to ask like respectful, courteous, insightful, non-judgmental type questions based on the results of those audits. And those can help us understand what options we have, the issues that are before us, how we meet our obligations. I'll say from my perspective, I think this is truer today than ever in my time with education. I've been with education over a decade, and it seems like every single year we see more and more rules and regulations that are being passed by the legislature about education. And the interesting thing about that, of course, is we are then expected to not only know all these new requirements, but to implement them with fidelity. And that's time intensive, right? That requires a lot of energy. So regardless, we've got to ask the right questions so we can find the right answers. I know from my perspective, the state board has begun this process. And as internal audit has gone out and worked with many of you in the few audits that we have done, we know many of you are also working and asking questions on how to proceed or what does next look like.
Okay, so as we start discussing some of the audits and trends in audits over the past 5 years, just a couple of caveats. As you'll see, information that's included in this presentation, in the resources that we provided as well. We're kind of going with a blind audits, kind of like The Voice blind auditions, right? Theme where we're not giving audit entity names, audit titles, LEA names, program names. We want to stay very focused on themes. That's what's important here. Also, of course, because we're taking examples from audits, for full context, you really need to look at the full audit report. And then because this is spanning a 5-year period, recognizing that some of these audits, corrective action has been taken, they're closed, as Kevin showed in some of the data. So keep that in mind. We're showing examples to show themes. So you may have heard the phrase, you can't see the forest for the trees, or maybe vice versa, you can't see the trees for the forest. Either way, this phrase is talking about either a broad or a narrow perspective that it's maybe so broad or so narrow that we're missing part of the picture. The next slide kind of shows that as well. When you see this next slide, do you see the ballerina, the dolphin, the apple cores, or do you see the silhouette or the shark, right? It's all about perspective. And I think if I ask each of you to take just a moment and think of 3 or 4 words that are your perspective, your perception of public education, there would be some differences there. And that's okay. It's okay to have different perceptions. An audit provides that as well. And as we went through the various audits, we put together what's on the next slide, some words from these audits that also provide a perspective of public education. And again, it's okay if these words challenge our perceptions, right? We're trying to know better, do better. So it's important for us to understand this. And as Kevin said, there are these external efforts that are underway because people do want to understand. People want to take action in response to things they're seeing or perceiving about public education. So let's look at a couple of examples of audits that talk about some of these external efforts or the perception that are driving some of those words we just showed, right? So these examples from audits, one of them talks about, hey, we're recognizing there's effort there, but we think it's underwhelming. And then the other one, hey, we think there's this lack of easily accessible or easily understood data. And so yes, there are multiple external efforts in play to increase transparency and accountability. Well, what are those external efforts? Well, we know the state auditor's office has, it's been several years that they have Project Kids, and they request information from both the state board, from LEAs. They go through that data, clean it, put it together, and then publish it on their website for the public, and then also specifically for LEAs. Another effort is by legislative auditors. And this has been a little more recent, but they are doing specific audits of LEAs. And they also now are requesting data from the State Board of Education, possibly from LEAs as well. And they're providing that on their website. They're sharing it with legislators because, as Kevin mentioned, people want to know. They want, hey, what's happening in public education? This is a big deal. We've invested a lot. Okay, so what are the common trends and themes that we're seeing in public education that's driving this? What will help us as we move forward so we can tell the story of public education? So the 3 common themes that we identified in going through the many audits were 1, knowledge, skills, and abilities, or competence; 2, policies, procedures, and processes; and finally, quality information or data. And we'll spend just a little bit of time on each of these. So first, knowledge, skills, and abilities, or competence. And competence has a specific definition. And we take this from the Green Book, which is Standards for Internal Control in the Federal Government. Great read if you haven't, right? It's one of the 2 suggested frameworks for an effective internal control system. So we highly recommend it. But the Green Book definition of competence is the qualification to carry out assigned responsibilities, and it requires relevant knowledge, skills, and abilities. Now, when I was in 2nd grade, I started playing soccer, and I played all through high school. Love soccer, watching soccer. I love going, and at this point, I'm watching my nieces and nephews and friends play soccer. I do have some nephews, though, that are playing lacrosse, and I've realized that all of my knowledge and skill, my competence with soccer is not transferable directly to lacrosse, right? Really, they're both played on a field, and that's about the same, the only thing that's the same between them, but they have different rules, different equipment, the ball is different, right? Things are different. So not to say I can't learn about lacrosse, I am learning about lacrosse, but I don't just go to the lacrosse game and I just know lacrosse, right? I don't have the competence of lacrosse. And that's what our audit findings are telling us. And so here's a couple of examples. The first one talks about how, hey, LEAs were unaware. They didn't know about this rule that was passed, a rule that was passed because there was legislation that was passed. And because of that, several compliance provisions were not met, right? We had 100% non-compliance by the LEAs that were sampled in this instance, right? We're unaware, we don't have knowledge. In another audit, it talked about inexperience, right? Inexperience, and so there were some incorrect allocations of funds. Knowledge, skills, and abilities is really important, really important. And I think knowledge in particular, sometimes we overlook it, right? We just think people will know. There is another quote in the Green Book that we love. We share it frequently, and it talks about how the laws and regulations in the government sector, they prescribe so much of what we do, our objectives, our structure, how we're supposed to achieve objectives, how we're supposed to report on those objectives. So knowing about laws and regulations is critically important. But there's thousands of pages. There's so many laws. There's so many rules. And as Kevin mentioned, they're changing every year, right? It might be growing, but anyway, they're changing. So what do we do about that? Well, one of the things that we need to do is the second theme that we're going to talk about, and that's policies and procedures. Policies, procedures, processes, it's so important. You may have watched the Olympics, right? A couple months ago, towards the end of the Olympics, there was a bit of a controversy about the women's gymnastics and the floor routine. At the end of the
Does that mean you're not voting for Harrison Wall?
Oh, are we good? Okay, just checking. So you may recall during the Olympics, right, there's this controversy about the bronze medal. And at the end of the competition, it looked like the Romanian gymnast had gotten bronze. But the United States came and said, oh, it was actually scored. One of our gymnasts, it was her score was wrong. It was calculated wrong. So you need to look at that. The judges did, and they said, oh yeah. So if we rescore, that shuffles things. And there was a gymnast from the United States that would have received bronze. Well, Romania appealed that to the Court of Arbitration of Sports. And this is what the Court of Arbitration of Sports, CAS, said about this. They said the International Gymnastics Federation did not track the timing of the inquiry or have any guidelines in place to assure proper protocol was followed. So can you imagine here at this elite level of athletics, right? And the Olympics has been around for quite some time, and they didn't have policies and procedures. And now we have this massive controversy. It's right. You feel so bad for these athletes that have been, hey, you have a medal. You don't have a medal. Do you have a medal? Right. So the impact on them has been significant, and just the reputational damage to the Olympics, to women's gymnastics, all because there were not sufficient policies and procedures and processes. Well, what are a couple of examples from audits? So the two examples here highlight a couple of really important things about policies and procedures. So one of the examples talks about how there just were not formally written policies and procedures, that they didn't exist. And I'll just tell you, auditors, we're not saying you need a policy and procedure for everything. You don't, but you should risk assess and consider, hey, what's the risk on this? And maybe an appropriate risk response is that you do need a policy and procedure. And if you don't, you should have a documented risk assessment saying, we think the risk is low, we're not writing a policy and procedure. That's the safest ground there. But again, the first part is just make sure you have a documented, a written policy and procedure. And based on trainings we've been to at the federal level, in uniform guidance, things like that, the feds are also cracking down on this as well and saying needs to be written. You have to have a documented policy. The other example talks about not complying with policies that are written, right? If you don't comply with a policy that's written, it's really not worth the paper that it's written on, that policy. So it's important to implement, right? First, we design formally, write it down, and then we implement. We implement by making sure our staff are aware of the policy, they can access the policy, they understand their roles and responsibilities. And then really the third thing is that we should check, we should monitor and make sure that our policies and procedures are operating effectively. So that's the second theme, policies and procedures, which leads us to the third common theme that we want to talk about in audits, and that is quality information or data. You might be aware that in 1973, there was a toilet paper shortage. And this toilet paper shortage was because Johnny Carson, right, a figure of the day back at that time, indicated on his show, I believe it was, that, hey, there's this toilet paper shortage. What he neglected to say was that there is a potential toilet paper shortage, right? And this is comedy as well, right? So you have to take into account the circumstance. But he neglected that very important information about potential. And so people heard, hey, there's a toilet paper shortage. And what are you going to do? No one wants to be without toilet paper, right? So we're all going to the store, we're buying up the toilet paper, and even people that didn't see or hear what Johnny had said probably were seeing, hey, toilet paper's flying off the shelves, I need some too. And so it just this perpetuating effect. Even though manufacturers were saying there's no shortage, it's fine, right? Decisions were made based on things that were said, based on data that was shared, and actions were had, and they were unnecessary, right? Actions based on bad data. So what are our audits saying about data? Couple of examples, and these examples are specific to data that's at LEAs and then that is reported up to the state board as well. And so the examples talk about exit dates and days attended, and they don't match. So we have a reliability problem here, right? Our data is not reliable. And the error percentages on this are quite high. If you look at the samples, right? 13 LEAs, 11 LEAs, and we're talking 70%, right? In the 70% range of LEAs that, and then look at the student record error percentage, 38%, 51%. These are high error percentages. So this is concerning, right? To policymakers, to people that rely on data for administration, for oversight, for all the decisions that we're making. Data is crucial. It's really important that we get it right. Policies and procedures will help us get it right, in addition to people that know and have skill and ability to make sure we get it right. I will tell you, in a recent audit that we performed, we went back to and looked at all of our audits since 2018 and recognized that we saw two themes in our audits for the past since 2018. One was weaknesses in internal control systems, and the second was data, problems with the data. So it really is important, and it's really an area that needs some effort in public education.
Okay, so in summary, what we're saying is, like the U.S. women's gymnastic team, Public Education Utah's on the podium, but not all news is good news, right? So audits from multiple entities, both internal and external, have identified areas of improvement. Think of those 335 recommendations, right? There's areas we can get better in. Common areas we talked about: knowledge, skills, and abilities, right? Competency, policies and procedures, and data. So if we then follow Voltaire's advice and we're judged by our questions rather than our answers, we need to be asking the right questions so we'll get the right answers. And if we take audits seriously, we can then change the narrative, the audit narrative, from irrelevant to relevant, right? From slow to fast, from insufficient to sufficient. That's our presentation. That's what we have for you today. We know that time's short and we're trying to help catch up. So if you guys have any questions, our contact information is on the phone, or on the screen, you know how to get hold of us. Feel free to give us a call. And thank you for letting us share today.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Debbie and Kevin. Much appreciated. We will go right to Dr. Malia Height.
Good morning. I'm just getting my slides going. Can you see those, Sam?
We can, yep.
Perfect. Well, good morning, everyone. We are happy to be here today and talk about educator assignments and funding. It's a big question. It's a hot time of year. So we'll dive right in. The three types of funding that Kristen and I are going to be talking about today are the educator salary adjustment, teacher supplies and materials, and professional staff costs. Educator salary adjustment is the biggest chunk of educator directed funding, and that is lickety split around the corner. So we're going to start with that program first. So the educator salary adjustment this year is $8,904 per educator. Historically, it has been $8,400, but in this last legislative session, the legislature put the educator salary adjustment within the WPU percentage increase. So whatever the WPU increase is in the next year, that's how much the educator salary adjustment will increase as well. There are some limitations around the funding. Only certain positions qualify, and the board has determined that school administrators will generate $2,500. In order to receive the funding, educators have to have a valid license as well as the position that qualifies for that. And we'll talk a little bit about what those positions are. So the deadlines are the things that have changed this year. Historically, this has been a report that's required in November, and all of our deadlines were November. But the legislature clarified their intent language in this last legislative session and has moved that deadline up to October 15th rather than November 15th. So today, I'm just checking my calendar. It is today. Today is the deadline that if an educator, an LEA is requesting the LEA specific license for a particular educator, those requests are due in Cactus. This is going to allow our team time to process them. It isn't an automatic process in Cactus, and would guarantee that your LEA generates the funding associated, as long as they have any background checks or ethic review completed that may be required. On October 13th is the last day that LEAs can get all of the data recorded in Cactus, and that includes educator assignments as well as educator licenses. And so all of that data needs to be done on the 13th, because on the 14th, we create the educator salary adjustment report that is then forwarded to the legislative financial analysts. And so we've got some internal processes that we have to do that take a couple days. And that's why the board has determined that October 13th is the day that all of the data needs to be completed in Cactus. I'm just going to try and make sure I find, okay. So the eligible positions. So the eligible positions are outlined in this section of code 53F-2-405. And these positions are not very specific. And so the board has done some determinations of what qualifies and what does not qualify. Currently, speech language technicians, SLTs, do generate the educator salary adjustment funding. That's included in the report that we submit to LFA. We are seeking some clarification from the legislature as to whether or not that, that practice is compliant with the intent. But this has been the practice for many years. The LEA level positions are not eligible. So your instructional coaches, your maybe a curriculum director, a special ed director, etc., are not eligible. And if somebody is accidentally assigned to the incorrect position, or is accidentally assigned to the LEA instead of to the school, then you're not going to generate the educator salary adjustment. We do have a spreadsheet that I'll show you a little bit later where you can find that, but it is on our Cactus webpage in educator licensing. And it has a list of every single assignment and the dollar amount generated by that assignment. Yeah, so this year, October 13th is a Sunday, and October 14th is a state holiday. It may or may not be a holiday for your LEA. And so we encourage you to get it done as soon as you can. End of the working day, October 11th is probably going to be your best bet to make sure everything's ready to go for when we do our internal reporting. Thanks, Sam. So we've also had some changes to teacher supplies and materials that came out of this last legislative session. It restricts the teacher supply materials to just teachers. That was one of the biggest changes that came through this last legislative session. And so $500 are generated for all teacher assignments that are preschool through grade 6 and special education. And our grades 7 through 12 generate $250. That's to align with the new code. In order for an educator to qualify for this funding, the educator has to be licensed and has to have one of the associated assignments. So our school specialist and school counselor assignments that used to qualify and generate this funding no longer are eligible for this funding due to the recent legislation. Similar to the spreadsheet for educator salary adjustments, we have a list of qualifying assignments also on our website. The teacher supplies and materials are generated, the funding for next school year's funding will be generated in June of this year. So the allocation that your LEA receives this year, this fall, is based on your teacher supply material report from June of this last year. Special education teachers get $500. Kristen, is that right? Or I thought.
No, they were, after rereading the rule, that was decided that the ones in grades 7 through 12 just qualify for 250. We did accept the resource teachers because that is a K-8 position into the elementary.
Okay, we'll be sure to update this slide before we drop them into the chat following our presentation. Thanks, Kristen. This is why Kristen's here. She knows the details. The professional staff cost is also a end of the school year generation of funding, and typically is between $2,000 and $2,500. It's a super complicated formula to determine, and the things that you need to know is how does an educator generate professional staff costs. It is for any educator who has a valid license, and those licenses can be professional, associate, LEA specific, or a DOPL social worker, licensed clinical social worker. They must have a degree posted in Cactus, and they have to be qualified for the assignment. So any educator who meets those specifications for professional staff costs will generate that funding in June. And so because the report is due to LFA on June 30th, then we have our Cactus has to shut down in order for us to run this report and complete the end of the year. And so I haven't looked at the calendar, but it will be in all of our newsletters that it typically is the 28th or 29th, whatever the Friday is before the 30th or the day before the 30th. Okay, so here are the resources that are available to you for the on the licensing website. If you go to this page, there are multiple spreadsheets that are here for you. The very first one is all of the assignments that are required, all of the licenses that are required for an assignment. So if somebody is going to be assigned to teach grade 7 mathematics, what license or licenses and endorsements qualify somebody for that assignment? And all of the different possibilities are inside of that spreadsheet. And we created it to be sortable. It simply is, I think, the easiest way to navigate how somebody can be qualified for an assignment and which endorsements are required. The second one is the educator salary adjustment assignments. So every single assignment that exists in Cactus and every single associated amount of ESA is there. So you can look up a specific assignment and then see directly next to it what is generated for that assignment. Educator salary adjustment is prorated by FTE. So if you have somebody who is half-time school principal, half-time teaching 4th grade, then they would generate half of the 8,904 for their teacher assignment and half of the 2,500 for the principal assignment. And teacher supplies and materials, similar thing. We have every single assignment and the amount of teacher supplies and materials that are generated. So for those questions about, well, what about this kind of a teacher and this grade? If you look at their assignment, you can go to this file and see exactly how much teacher supply and materials is allocated for that assignment, that educator. And I think that, yes, that is all. Kristen and I are happy to answer any questions. We know ESA has been a heavy lift this year because it's much sooner in the year. But we are happy to help and happy to answer any other questions that anyone might have.
Not seeing any. Oh, here's one from Tanya. Can you see that one, Malia, or I can read it for you?
This is a good question. General supplies, this is maybe a Sam question. Can they use, I think the teacher supply funding, if I remember, I can go look at the legislation. It has to go to the teacher, I believe. Kristen, do you remember? Or Sam?
Yeah, it should be, that's the legislative intent, is that it should go directly to the teacher. So if you have other general supply needs, you would want to use other unrestricted funding for that, Tanya. Any other questions on educator assignments, getting Cactus updated? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Height and Kristen. And let's see. Yeah, Ryan, 8,904 is the salary only. The benefits are additional to that. So, okay. And we are going to go off agenda real quick here and introduce Isaac Pitcher from our STEM team here at USBE, and he's going to quickly just cover our STEM endorsement incentive program, the STEM EIP program.
Thanks, Sam. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys able to see it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so as Sam said, my name is Isaac Pitcher. I help manage the STEM Endorsement Incentive Program, which is a legislative grant that's designed to incentivize teachers to earn endorsements in the STEM areas. It receives $1.2 million each year, and that's split between reimbursement of coursework counting toward teachers' endorsements and an incentive that teachers are eligible for if they earn an endorsement during the previous fiscal year. So we have some dates coming up, and I just wanted to give everyone a quick rundown of the program so they kind of know what it is and know what to expect when those come up. So who are the teachers? These they're public school educators. These are the eligibility criteria. They must be on a current teaching contract, which is just to say on an active assignment in Cactus. Their coursework needs to be earned through a college, an institution of higher education, and the course must actually bear college credit. And the course must be passed with a C or better. A quick roadmap for the program. The teacher will take the qualifying course. Once they complete the course during the necessary time frame, they will submit a teacher application to the LEA. Then once the LEA has reviewed the coursework and verified that the teacher is on an active assignment, someone from the LEA, usually an administrator or sometimes at charter schools, a principal or dean, will submit a reimbursement request on behalf of the teacher through our Qualtrics reimbursement request form. Then we verify all of those requests and send out allotments for those funds, usually quarterly. Sometimes we have makeup payments, but we have 4 scheduled payments each year. Then at the end of each year, starting 2 years ago, there is the educator incentive, which is really for any teacher who has earned a qualifying endorsement during the previous fiscal year. The amount of that incentive varies year to year. It just depends on the availability of funds. So really that's determined by how much we've already spent on coursework reimbursements throughout the year and how many carry forward funds we have from previous fiscal years. That will be coming in November. So once we have all of the endorsement information for last year, which usually is finalized at the beginning of November, we will pull the data straight from Cactus. So teachers don't actually have to submit anything. And then we'll send out an allotment. There's been a little bit of, we'll send out on some of the listservs some important information and links, namely that the best way we found to distribute names to all of the LEAs is just to put them in a Google Doc along with their LEA and share it in a public document. So we especially wanted the BAs to be aware that that will be available so that once you receive funds next month, you'll be able to track down who they're actually supposed to go to. The best place for any STEM EIP information is the FAQ page. And here's a quick link for that. If anyone is interested in sharing these slides, we can do that afterward. So I'm sure that's possible. Just a quick overview of the finances of the program. To date, we've spent over $4.5 million in reimbursements and incentives for over 2,000 teachers, over 4,000 courses, and we estimate that roughly 20 to 30% of eligible teachers have been reached with STEM EIP funding. You can see here this is the amount or the number of teachers who have received reimbursements by fiscal year. The program has just been growing since it was initiated. The data here is not completely up to date. We still have one more allotment to go for FY24. So after that, we'll have completed FY24 data. As you can see here, the amount spent by each year has increased dramatically. And that's because we started paying out incentives 2 years ago. So you can see FY23, FY24 have a big leap in the amount we've spent. Okay. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer here, or I'll drop my email in the chat and you can reach me there as well.
Isaac, there's a question in the chat, a couple questions. One question is this through Utah Grants?
This is through Utah Grants, yep. It will appear under the program code PJB, and usually followed, the program name will be STEM Endorsement Incentive Program, either the round of reimbursements for that allotment, or if it's the incentives, it will be titled incentives, teacher incentives in Utah Grants.
And then there's a question about Qualtrics and how to file for reimbursement.
The Qualtrics form is linked on the FAQ page, and it's fairly straightforward. It will walk you through the pathway for the teachers, which area they're applying for reimbursement through. But as I said, it's the administrators from the LEA who will actually submit the reimbursement requests. And most LEAs who have participated in the program have someone designated at the LEA who handles those requests.
And then did we answer We had a question from, let's see, Kevin. Can any unused portion of the 2,500 allotted for supplies be carried over the next school year?
It depends. We any of our funds that have been allocated to us for one fiscal year that haven't been spent, we drop a carry forward spend plan and submit it to the board. So it's just subject to board approval and whatever we really request to do with the funds. Usually they go toward the incentive. So ideally we like to use whatever funds are still available to us to incentivize the teachers with more money.
Isaac, there's one more question. I'm just going to read it. Last year, the detailed information is not in Utah grants, nor do we request reimbursement in Utah grants for the STEM endorsement for the EIP. Just the payment is in Utah grants.
That is correct, at least for the incentive. For the coursework reimbursements, the LEA does request funds from us. For the incentive, we just pull the teacher data from Cactus ourselves and then send out an allotment. Yes. Okay, well, Alicia drops the FAQ in the chat, and I will drop my email, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
All right, thank you, Isaac and Alicia. And we'll turn to Rebecca Nielsen.
Good morning. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come to Fall Finance Training today. We're going to go through a quick update on some recent changes in Utah grants, as well as a couple of reminders and a quick ask. So first, I wanted to kind of recap some of the changes that have occurred in Utah grants over the last few months. We have had two major releases, the last being August 12th. So I wanted to highlight some of those changes that occurred on August 12th, and then also quickly talk about a couple of things that are forthcoming. So first, we've developed an additional 9 new application forms. I'll show you kind of what that looks like in Utah grants. We won't be going through each of those individual forms, but I'll show you kind of where you can find those. We've updated the LEA dashboard. We've replaced the application pending task date with the actual date that the application is due. We've worked on some payment cancellation functionality, as well as fixing some form validation errors. So going through each of those changes in a little bit more detail, when we create a form in Utah grants, it allows us to collect the data directly within that application. So rather than having to leave the application and go to a separate Qualtrics survey or a Google Doc, we can build the form directly into Utah grants and collect all of those data elements directly within the application. There's some pros, there's some cons for doing that, but we're doing it as much as we can to have all of those elements in one place. One challenge that we have is that once those forms are developed, we can't change them very easily without a huge amount of developer and testing help. So we're focusing on the forms that are really static, that don't change frequently, that have very defined rules, and focusing on those specifically. But we continue to expand the use of those forms for other programs. So right now, the new programs and forms that we have included in this rollout are an additional Title I form. Many of you have seen that within the last week or so, where we've just published the Title I application. There's a new form associated with Title II, with Title III, also just recently published, Title IV. Forthcoming is the IDEA and the IDEA preschool, additional forms built in directly within Utah grants. What that looks like on the application itself, if you go to the attachments tab, you will see a section for data forms. Each of those forms that are associated with the application are listed under the data forms. And then you need to click on the I or click on the edit to be able to complete that form, validate that form before submitting those applications where those forms are required. So it's easy to overlook this section, but the application will warn you if you haven't submitted any forms that are required. Next, I wanted to talk about the LEA dashboard. So where you can find that and what it means to you. I hope this will be a really helpful tool for LEAs as you're working through pending tasks for your organization. The benefit for this is you can see all of the pending tasks that are due for anyone within your LEA. So you can help manage those tasks and keep things moving along. The dashboard appears in the Home tab. I'll show you where you can find that. And users can download a list of all of those tasks if it's easier for you to handle that, like in an Excel document. And then it also shows any tasks that are still in queue. So where the application hasn't necessarily been assigned or picked up for a specific user, it'll be shown as a queue, meaning that the application pending task is available for all users. So what that looks like is on your home screen. There's some dashboards at the top. There's the task summary by phase and the task summary by due date. Right below that, you will see the task dashboard. Here you will see each of the tasks that are open and available for your LEA users. You can search for certain tasks. You can search for certain functions such as applications. And then, like I said, you can download that into any meaningful format from CSV to Excel. This is a tool that we hope that you will utilize and to keep track of your pending tasks and keep things moving along within your LEA. Oftentimes we don't know where things stand and who owns it and where it is in the progress. Unfortunately, we weren't able to include all of the tasks that are due for USBE users as well, but the intent here is to focus on what's within your control currently. So by looking at this dashboard, you should be able to manage for your LEA the tasks that are due by you. The application pending task due date changes, kind of wanted to highlight what that looks like. So currently within Utah Grants, all pending, when a pending task is created, it's automatically given a 7-day due date. That due date is a bit arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary. But now with applications, we've been able to match that with the application due date so that it's no longer, applications are no longer due 7 days after they're created. They're technically due on the application due date. So watch for that as you're completing your applications. Hopefully this helps you to manage which applications to prioritize as you're completing those within Utah Grants. We've added some new functionality to be able to cancel payments that have been sent back for revision. So previously, a sent back payment request had to be resubmitted. We have found that there are times that we really don't want to resubmit that, but we want to start again. This gives you the opportunity to actually cancel that payment request, but maintaining the documentation of the send back reason and any documentation that may have been submitted with that original request. So we're not deleting payment requests that have been submitted, but we can cancel them and we can still show that status directly within Utah Grants. So that's it for the changes that have recently been made. Quick reminder on submitting your reimbursement requests. Please submit your reimbursement requests regularly and timely. Don't wait until the end of your fiscal year to submit a reimbursement request whenever possible. Best practice is that we recommend that you submit reimbursement requests at least quarterly. But also pay attention to the due dates as far as when reimbursement requests must be submitted in order to guarantee payment for that month and also for the fiscal year. So we have surpassed the due date of August 12th for reimbursements for fiscal year 2024 funds that expired June 30, 2024. But pay attention, your due date for federal reimbursements for grants that ended September 30th is forthcoming. That is December 10th of 2024. Expenses need to have been incurred by September 30th for those federal grants, but you have some time to collect your accounting records and submit that for reimbursement, and that deadline is December the 10th. Finally, here's some contact information for me, but I should have put a slide in for my ask. So we have some exciting new upcoming development with Utah Grants that I will be presenting in a lot more depth and detail during our spring finance training. But we are finally, I had hoped to be here much sooner, but we're finally to the point that we need some of your feedback on this new development work that's happening. The development work will include a consolidated federal pre-application element, as well as the ability for us to have one award with multiple funding sources. It's going to give us the opportunity to transfer funds from federal programs like Title II to Title I directly within Utah Grants without having to manage two different awards. There'll be some additional reporting capabilities within this next rollout. That next rollout I'm anticipating to come late spring and be available and ready for our next fiscal year 2026 applications. But we need your feedback on some of those elements and making sure that we're providing the right screens and views and workflows for the development work that's taking place. I am putting together an LEA work group to go through some of those requirements, and I'm asking for volunteers to help as part of that work group. If you would like to be part of that, would you drop me either an email or drop your email in the chat? I could pick them up either way. And then I'll be sending out some additional information and invites on that work group going forward. So that's it as far as my presentation. I will open it to any questions if you have any. And I'm not seeing the chat, Sam, if there are questions.
I'm not seeing any for you at this point, Rebecca, but thank you very much. And we will roll right along to Sarah Harward. Sarah, we're not picking up your mic. Still not picking up the mic.
Okay.
There we are. Yep.
Oh, got it. We got it. We're good. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I'm Sarah Harward. I'm your grants compliance officer here at the agency. We're just going to go over a couple different things today as far as our LEA annual assurances, ESSER late liquidation, and the finalized uniform grants guidance updates. So as far as our LEA annual assurances, so these happen as LEAs, you complete your annual assurances in the Utah grant system in June in preparation for the upcoming fiscal year. So I just wanted to note some of the issues and problems we saw this year was we got a lot of assurances that weren't signed by either your district superintendent or your charter director. Please note that those do need to be certified in Utah grants by your superintendent or your director. Otherwise, we will send them back and ask for that certification by one of those individuals. So please, as you're doing them next year, please be sure to have those individuals certify in Utah grants. The other thing is this is the first year that we've had some issues with assurances being turned in late. Our goal is to have the assurances in the Utah grant system by the end of May so that you have the entirety of June to go in there and complete the assurances. We had quite a few LEAs that did not get those completed by July 1st, which is our deadline according to board rule. Because what that means is when you complete your assurances, that creates your substantially completed date for receiving your federal awards. So the issue that comes up, and we haven't been great at reinforcing it, but starting next year for FY26, we're really going to enforce this because it is in board rule that if you complete your assurances after July 1st, let's say you complete them on July 6th, your substantially completed date in Utah grants for your federal awards doesn't start until July 6th, which means you can't use your federal award until that July 6th. So please note that we're going to be really pushing for this next year and making your substantially completed date align with the date that you complete your assurances if it's after July 6th. So please be aware of that. I've linked the board rule for your reference to that. In case you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, but just know this is coming for next year. So please be sure to complete your assurances in June coming next year. Okay. Other update as far as ESSER liquidation. So as you know, yesterday was the last day to finally obligate the last of your COVID ESSER dollars. So, but we have this opportunity from the U.S. Department of Education to apply for late liquidation. And what we've done is I sent out a Qualtrics survey a couple weeks ago to collect data for this application. We as a state apply on behalf of all of our LEAs. So I sent out this survey. If you haven't completed it, please do so this week so that we can get this application submitted. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. But the department is taking 3 to 4 weeks to approve these applications. And I assume now that we've reached the end of the obligation period, it might take 6 to 8 weeks. So the sooner that we can get this application in, the sooner we can get a decision from the department on if they're going to approve us for late liquidation and how long they're going to approve us for, because this opportunity would give us up to 14 additional months to liquidate the ARP ESSER funds. So they don't have to give us the full 14 additional months, but they definitely could. So just please get that information to us. It's just a couple questions about how much of your remaining funds you want to liquidate, what project that is going to, and why you would need the extension. Really, it's just going to be for project that maybe you're doing like an HVAC project and you have a delay of services because of the vendor or because of supply chain issues. But please note that you can't obligate any funds after yesterday. So let's say you hired additional staff. The day that those funds obligate are the day that those people work. So if you can't pay for any more additional staff, what you can pay for is contracts that you had in place before yesterday. So contracts for HVAC or different things like that. So I've linked the Code of Federal Regulations here at the bottom to which goes through when certain items obligate. So when salaries obligate versus when a supply obligates versus contract when it obligates. So if you have questions on that, please feel free to let me know. But yeah, if you could get this information to us this week so that I can get this application submitted to the department and we can get an answer from them on getting a late liquidation extension. The other thing is, because, like I said, staff obligate the day they work, because yesterday was the end of the obligation, we at the USBE agency no longer have our ESSER designated staff. They had to be done yesterday. So regular staff here at the agency are taking over the responsibilities. So Joe Hovey, who some of you may know, but he hasn't worked in ESSER really up to this point, but we've familiarized him with it. He's going to be handling the rest of your reimbursement requests. If you're not applying for late liquidation, there's that December 10th deadline, right? And hopefully we have a determination from the department before then about liquidation, but please plan to get in your reimbursement requests by December 10th. So Joe's going to be taking care of those, as well as Dr. Max Lang, who you might be familiar with. But if you do continue to have questions, I am happy to help. So I've linked my email there as well as we get through. I will note also, we still have to do the large annual reporting this coming spring, because what we did this year, we completed reporting for FY23, and this next spring, in spring of 2025, we'll be completing the reporting for FY24. So please note that just because ESSER's over, unfortunately, doesn't mean we're done with that large reporting document. So you please expect us to send out that data collection at least one more time. And it probably, if we get approved for liquidation, unfortunately, we're going to have to do that reporting again in 2026. So for FY25. So just be aware of that there is the reporting requirement for the late liquidation as well. And just know that even though ESSER funding is over, we still have to do that reporting for FY24. So unfortunately, I know it's a big report, and we're doing our best to communicate with the department of the length of the report and the details of the report, and trying to communicate how challenging that report is, and trying to do our best to make it easier on you. But yeah, just expect that coming in January, February of next year. Okay, so the other big thing that happened this year was we got an updated version of the Uniform Grant Guidance. So I do have a link to the notification of the final guidance here in the Federal Register. And please note that today is the day that those updates begin. So I'm just going to go through quickly over some of the highlights of what is pertinent to us here at the agency. So as far as the definition section, the definition of budget period and period of performance were both updated to include some additional language on describing those two things. And I will also note that we're working on the updated award letter that you receive in Utah grants when you get a federal award. And previously, we only had the budget period on that award letter. We will have both the budget period and the period of performance listed on that award letter from as soon as we get that updated. The definition of closeout and participant were also updated, and I'm not going to read these because you guys can read them if you need to reference them with the slides that we'll send out. Prior approval with the written approval obtained in advance was updated. Financial obligations was also updated. Oh, the other thing with prior approval is they did remove 10 items that required prior approval. So a little bit of caveats with those. They also replaced the term non-federal identity with recipient and subrecipient, and then defined what they mean by a recipient and a subrecipient. So the subrecipient is going to be the entities that receive subawards from the pass-through agency, which typically is going to mean our LEAs. Other definitions that they changed: capital expenditures, cost sharing, intangible property, real property, pass-through entity, termination, and program income. So just a couple other definitions I wanted to highlight for you. Okay, one of the big ones is the definition of equipment. So the federal guidance increases the threshold where you had that tangible personal property from that increased that threshold from 5,000 to 10,000. But I wanted to note that at the very bottom here, the state threshold supersedes the federal threshold, and that hasn't been updated. The Utah equipment threshold is still $5,000. So please note that that really hasn't changed. We're still going to need that equipment, and that threshold is still $5,000 unless it gets updated in the Utah code. The disposition guidance was updated. The Indian tribes disposition of equipment guidance was updated, and the equipment retention was also updated. Indirect cost was also updated, where they raised the de minimis rate from 10% to 15%. And then the other thing, they raised the threshold for the single audits from $750,000 to $1 million. And I just want to note that even though a lot of these changes take place starting today, we got word from our state auditor that this specific update, the single audit threshold being raised to $1 million, this is going to take effect July 1, 2025. So starting state fiscal year 26. So please, just making you aware of that. The modified total direct cost was raised from $25,000 to $50,000. Additional updates to the reporting requirements, where OMB provided changes to clarify deadlines for financial reporting. That was updated, as well as performance reporting. The administrative closeout costs with the allowability of costs. They included new language on the allowability of administrative closeout costs. Fringe benefits was also updated. And then the required certifications, they revised section 200.415 to require subrecipients to certify to pass-through entities. Let's see. And then entertainment costs were also updated, as well as the definition of entertainment costs and prizes. Cost objectives and final cost objectives also updated. And then just some additional updates in the procurement section, in the monitoring and reporting section. The fixed amount subawards increased the threshold to 500,000, and the continuation funding, the second or subsequent budget period within an identified period of performance, that portion of that section was also updated. Some changes to subparts of Part 200. The general provisions section was updated with the Civil False Claims Act. They updated subpart C with the pre-federal award requirements, and they updated subpart D with the post-federal award requirements. So just some changes to payment, program income, procurement, and that kind of thing. I think that's it. Oh, they did update some appendices. If you want to look through the appendices, these are the ones that received updates. And I think that's it. So if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. I don't see any questions in the chat, but feel free to put those there. And we will get queued up here with our amazing school fees fiscal monitor, Barbie Faust.
All right. You want me to share my screen on my end?
That'd be great.
Okay. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to take part of your day. I will try to get us caught up. I know we are a little bit behind, but I will do my best to get us caught up. My name is Barbie Faust. Also Scott Crapo, I think is on the meeting as well. He's the other fiscal monitor. So we'll be available if you have questions. What I want to cover in the presentation is the changes that took effect with the House Bill 415 and the amendments to 407 that happened within the last few months. The biggest change that we saw were some definition changes, and they repealed and amended the textbook code to include it with school fees. Some of the definitions that were changed. Fundraising is now, it's been removed from the definition of a school fee. So it's not included when you're looking at your maximums and what needs to be on the fee schedule. You don't need to include fundraising anymore. With that, the board did pass a board rule, the R277-408, that for some jurisdiction or some guidance on school fundraising. It pretty much took everything out of what was in school fees as far as like having a policy and the fiscal requirements that were in 113 and put them in the fundraising rule. But just be aware that that's no longer considered a school fee. Although required individual fundraising is still mentioned in school fee, you cannot do required individual fundraising. That's about the only fundraising that's in the school fee rule anymore. They changed the definition of a waiver. They removed the word partial. So now a waiver means the full release from the requirement to pay a fee or from any provision in lieu of a fee payment, just to make it consistent with what was in board rule. We kind of worked with the legislature and they made those two consistent. And with that, it used to say provision in lieu of a fee waiver. Well, if a waiver is a full release, you cannot have a provision in lieu of a fee waiver. So they took the waiver part off. So now it just says provision in lieu of a fee, which means the alternative to a fee payment is like your installments, a delayed payment arrangement, or a service in lieu. I also want to note that if you do offer this to parents or parents take advantage of this, make sure you document this arrangement so that you have proof of how they're paying those fees. And we have seen some LEAs that say that parents want to pay even if they're on waiver. If you have that circumstance where a parent, even though they're on waiver, still want to pay part of the fees, absolutely make sure that you document that the parent is, one, aware that they're eligible for full release and that they are opting to pay part of the fees. We've had this circumstance before, and without any kind of documentation, you may be required to repay that parent for those fees that weren't waived. Textbooks, the definition was changed. Like I said, it was renumbered and amended to be part of school fees. In that, they deleted the maintenance of school equipment as being part of what defines a textbook. So that, I guess that would be like the maintenance of the computer, because that is the definition of a textbook. It includes the computer or Chromebooks. Also, they added International Baccalaureate as being an eligible fee to be charged for a textbook. Before, it just said advanced placement and concurrent enrollment. So to keep this concurrent or congruent with the other early college programs, this was added as an eligible fee to be charged for textbooks. These are the only exceptions. Wanted to remind everybody, textbooks include any kind of instructional material, regardless of the format. We've seen like sheet music, scripts, those are considered instructional material and cannot be charged a fee. So keep that in mind when you're doing your spend plans. This last year, they combined the instructional equipment and instructional supplies into one definition. And I'm going to kind of give you a spoiler alert. They're looking at separating those back out because of how they're going to change. They're proposing to change the rule. But right now, for this 24-25, they've combined it. And the big change is that it becomes property of the student upon exiting the activity, course, or program. That's what part of what defines instructional equipment, instructional apply versus, say, school equipment, which is maintained by the school and retained by the school. Like a school equipment, that definition was changed. They added reusable, consumable as part of the definition, which makes no sense that something can be durable and consumable. But this was added for this year. And again, it's owned and retained by the school. Another change, and this is not in the definition, but one of the changes that came about was that parent notices, they have to be published on each school's website. And this is the forms, all of these forms need to be available for parents. And we highly suggest that you keep these all together in one area instead of piecemealed throughout your websites. I mean, we'll find part in policies, part on a school fee notice, part not listed, but it's highly suggested that you keep them, maybe post them on your main or district or the charter's main website, and then a link is put on each school's website so that the district or charter can keep it up to date so that there isn't outdated information listed on the individual school sites. Okay, so that's kind of what's changed for 24-25. The big thing is they changed the definition of the fee. What they're proposing, and we've been working with legislators on a work group, and they've allowed us to give this information to you so that you know what's coming, because it's going to be in effect for next school year. And I know you're working on your fee schedules and spend plans now for the next year. But the intent of legislature is to have a free path through school, meaning that a student could go through from K through 12th and actually not have any fees except for maybe like your extracurricular and some of the few exceptions that they have given. So we're going to go through some of the changes that they are proposing. They haven't passed, but the feel is that they will probably get passed. They are working on passing it as a committee bill. There's another meeting on October 16 with the Education Interim Committee, I think, where they'll vote on passing it through as a committee bill. So some of the definitions that they are looking to change. The biggest one is they're looking to change curricular. It'll still have some of the same elements that it does have, but they're going to add that it results in a grade or a credit. So that if a student is a curricular class or a curricular activity is defined as such, if it results in a grade or credit. It can be during or outside of regular school hours, which is another big change. So that is anything that's outside of, the end of the day or before that's required for a grade is now going to be considered curricular. They're going to do away with or delete the co-curricular definition. And that's where you get that outside of regular school hours. So it's kind of combining everything and just saying, if it's required, it's curricular, and it doesn't matter when it happens. Extracurricular, they're adding a caveat that it's not required for course, grade, or credit. That would be your football, basketball, debate, or lacrosse, or whatever you have, your activities that you don't receive a credit. They're going to separate the definitions. They put them together, and now they're talking about separating them back out: instructional and equipment, instructional supplies, so that they can allow one but not the other. The other thing is on school equipment, they're going to remove that consumable portion, because again, it was a conflict of what they had in the definition being durable versus consumable. So what is going to be allowed? They are going to not allow any fees to be charged for activities that are required for a grade or to receive credit, except for these items. So these are the items that that the LEAs and schools can charge for. Instructional equipment. And again, that's the student retains the equipment. Musical instrument rental, school activity clothing. This is specific requirements. This may be like a choir dress or the tux or those type of things, and the student keeps them. If the school retains them, like in a band uniform or something like that, then that's school equipment, and you wouldn't be able to charge a fee for that. Driver's education course, you'll still be able to charge a fee for those. And again, textbooks for early college, the AP, IB, and CE courses. And all of these that you can charge a fee for curricular fees are subject to fee waiver. And these are the only things for curricular fees that you can charge a fee for. They did include a couple other little fees, like the application for processing fee for charter schools. And I think there's another one that the districts charge for open enrollment or something like that. They're like $5 fees. But they're not considered a school fee. So that's why I didn't include them in this, but they've put it in with the school fee rule. Extracurricular fees, that's not changing very much. I mean, they're allowing that to still charge fees for those, and they are still subject to waiver. They added the life cycle replacement cost for school equipment directly related to extracurricular activity. So only extracurricular activity. So that would be if you had like your football helmets. I know that you have to replace those every 3 years or 5 years, whatever it is. So you could charge a proportion of that replacement cost to every student that is participating in the activity. Charges not subject to fee waiver. This hasn't changed too much. The only thing that got added was the IB exams. They added that along with the AP. Discretionary projects. If a student was in a Woods class and the required project was a birdhouse. So everybody wanted to do a birdhouse. That was the class project. That project is free, but a student wants to do a nightstand or a bookcase or something, that discretionary purchase, they can do it, but it is not subject to waiver, and the student would have to pay for that extra that extra project. So school lunch still not subject to waiver. That's their own program. Fully refundable deposit, insurance unless it's required, that open enrollment and the charter school application processing and adult education are not subject to waiver. Fees that are unallowable. This is the biggest change that is going to affect the curricular fees is the instructional supplies. You can't charge for instructional supplies anymore. You can't charge for school equipment. This is stuff that is retained by the school, again, except for the life cycle replacement. And no general fees. So you can't have an activity fee, a registration fee, any of those general fees that were uniformly charged to everybody that covered I kind of equate it to like an indirect things where you couldn't say, well, everybody has to pay this much because you can't pinpoint how much it is, but no general fees unless there's a direct benefit to the student paying the fee. I had people ask about activity fee where you could do an activity card and have it available for students who were they knew that they wanted to attend the football games. And you could, charge them that fee, but they're purchasing the admission. It would still be subject to waiver, but they're purchasing the right to go to these activities. Because some kids just, it's there and they never use that benefit. Last session, they did appropriate 35.5 million money to help offset the cost of cutting out some of these fees that can be charged. They authorized the board to determine how that was going to be distributed. And in 407-16, it lays out how that money is going to be distributed. They have to be in operation with enrolled students by July of 2025. It's based on prior year's ADM. And then because we know that our middle school and the fees for high school are more than middle school, it's being weighted similarly as it is for the MSP. So 0.99 for 7 and 8 and 1.2 for grades 9 and 12. And there won't be any distribution for elementary students. So the total appropriation was, like I said, 35.5. 50% of it will be done July 1. So you'll have the 17.7 million, 30% in 26 and 20% in 27. This will be a lump sum amount instead of an equal 1/12 throughout for the year. It'll be a lump sum at the beginning of the year.
Barbie, we have a couple questions in the chat.
Okay.
There's one, can you please provide a little more detail on what an open enrollment processing fee is?
I don't know. It's listed in the code, and I think it's $5 is pretty much what it is. It's not in 407. Why they put it in the school fee saying that it's an eligible fee. It's not a school fee. It's a fee that schools can charge. You'd have to look in 53G because I think there is a reference to it and it has the specific Utah code as to what it is. I don't know exactly.
It would usually be more on the charter side, right?
Well, there's one for schools, the open enrollment, and I think there's one for the charter schools. The charter school application, and maybe charter schools use the open enrollment too. I don't know. They're outside of my realm of expertise. I'm not positive as to what they're for.
But it is $5 is the
I think
limit
it
on
is.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very much.
And then we also have an activity card that is optional B, subject to waiver.
Yes, because it's a school sponsored activity, and if it's a school sponsored activity, whether required or not, they are still subject to waiver. It'd be like an extracurricular activity, and those are subject to waiver. So yes, it would be.
So those are from Rodrigo. Steven says, is there any discussion about removing fee waivers from extracurricular activities since all curricular and co-curricular fees are being eliminated?
They have not said anything about that. No. With the permanent injunction, that was a big factor that kids on waiver were being, denied participating in extracurricular, and the judge did state that that's a big part of the educational experience. So I don't anticipate that they would remove those as being, from being subject to waiver. That was part of the big push on the work group.
Okay. And Todd Hauber clarified that when a student wants to attend a school that's not their boundary school, an LEA may assess a fee. So that would be one of the open enrollment.
Thanks, Todd.
Courtney asks, would that include school dances? And I assume she's talking about those being able to be waived.
Now, school dances, if it is a school-sponsored activity, yes, it would be. You could charge a fee because it'd be extracurricular and it'd be subject to waiver. However, if you are doing a school dance, because we've seen this, that some LEAs or schools do those as fundraisers for student body officers or for other activities. If you do a dance and you advertise it as a fundraiser and you say we are raising money to for this activity by doing this dance, then it would not be subject to waiver. But you have to be really careful that you're not, spending that money, because we do get quite a few parent complaints about, they did this fundraiser, we don't know where the money went. So be very transparent with what the use of the money will be, on this fundraiser, if you're going to do that down that road.
Okay, I think we clarified for Courtney. Dan says, are you saying we would have to waive individual tickets to sporting events?
For your students, if they are participating in a school-sponsored activity, they would still be, it would still be subject to waiver. So admission to sporting, your football games or plays or whatever would still be subject to waiver. And like I said, the way to maybe do that is that you can have an activity card and you give it to everybody that's on a waiver, and it's already automatically, they get in, and others that have to pay for it, then they get in, but it's they're choosing to participate in the activity card. They're choosing to participate in the extracurricular activities of going to. Does that make sense?
I think so. Let us know, Dan, if that covers. He says it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
You want to come off mute, Dan? Be brave enough, but
I just don't see how. If you're doing an activity card, I can see that because that's purchased in the main office. But most of these events are run through GoFan per UHSAA requirement/encouragement. So how
were you doing it before? Because it's always been subject to waiver.
No, they haven't been.
Yes, they have.
No, I don't think they have, Barbie. I don't think the individual sporting event tickets were subject to fee waiver, because how do you go through and waive those?
Because it's a school-sponsored activity. And all school-sponsored activities.
But how do I determine at a gate that a kid is on fee waiver?
Well,
Hundreds of kids coming through the gates.
what most schools have done, and that's why the activity card, I think, it's used by a lot of districts, is they had an activity card, and so you got that, and then everybody got in, whoever had the activity card. And that's what paid for their entrance into the event.
I struggle with that because I agree with the comment that just came through about the state tournament entry fees. Those aren't getting waived, and we have no control over that. That's UHSAA.
Are they charging it?
Yeah.
No, who
We charge
charges
it at our venues when we hit playoffs. They dictate how much you charge for those events.
and the money goes to them?
No, it stays at the schools at the gates, but once you get to a certain threshold, then yes, it goes to them when they host it at the U of U or wherever for certain playoff games. But like the initial rounds are held at the local schools, and that revenue stays with the school, but they dictate how much you charge for those playoff rounds.
Okay. I might have to take this back to the work group, because that was one of the things that they did bring up, was admission to these extracurricular activities. So let me do some research. I think you have a valid point in how that would be done, but let me get back to you. I mean, I don't want to, I'm sorry, I can't answer it, but that's really kind of a, yeah.
I see what you're saying. I just don't know how. I mean, and I think a lot of, I want to say, I don't know for sure within our district, like you said, if the kids show their student ID, they're usually good, but I don't know if that's true in all cases with different events. And a lot of that's kind of dictated by UHSAA and the regions as to how much they charge and what they charge for and whatnot. So.
Okay. Let me do some research and talk with our work group and see, how they want to handle that, because you're right. You wouldn't even know who was a student or not a student.
Yeah, the playoff stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Well, like Todd said, if it's a student coming from Granite to Jordan, then we're allowed to charge the fee, because I would have no way of knowing for those people. But for my own students, even, that's a difficult thing to manage unless we force all ticket sales to flow through main offices, or
Right.
you let them all in for free if they've got the student ID, which might be happening. I'm not 100% sure, but that just kind of raised a flag and a concern for me. So
Okay, let me do some research, and then I will get back to you. And I'll kind of put it out to Sam, and he can distribute it to everybody.
Thank you, Dan. And I think most of these follow-ups we've covered. Like Jan said, could we charge everyone an activity fee, and those students who are waivable would also have the card and be able to get in. And that's pretty common practice, right, Barbie?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely, Jan, that's allowable. Christine said, could the playoff tickets be sold as a fundraiser? I think you'd probably not want to go that route, just because those playoff games are managed by UHSAA. So Barbie will take that to the work group, and we'll put out some guidance on the best way to do that. Okay, any other questions at this point? I think we're okay there. Let me know though if we missed something. So go ahead, Barbie.
Okay. Chart of accounts, want to remind everybody that the fees need to be recorded in the correct revenue codes. And this is specifically important because the state compliance audit guide, the external auditor that does your financial audit will be looking at your general ledger and comparing it to what is in UPIF, so they need to match. I know the due date is today. Make sure that that mapping is correct. I've seen some that they put it in and they think they have it in there right, and we look at it and we've got some definite errors that stuff isn't getting reported in the right revenue code. And if the legislature decides they want to allocate more money, this is where I get the numbers from. So make sure you are putting your numbers in the correct revenue code so that we can make sure we have good numbers. And just here is just a list of additional laws where school fees is mentioned, or there's some kind of requirement. It touches a lot of places. I just wanted to include this so that everybody, if you were interested, you could go and see how school fees works with these other code and board rule. So just want to kind of an FYI. One last thing, we are done. One last thing that I wanted to bring up, and I don't know why all of a sudden this has become an issue. I've heard, and I think it's being propagated in other meetings about foster parents being eligible for a fee waiver after they've adopted a child, even after it has been finalized. That foster eligibility is only for students that are a current ward of the state and are in a foster situation. Once they have been legally adopted, they are no longer considered a foster parent. I know that they still get Medicaid, but Medicaid is not a qualifying eligibility because there's so many income guidelines eligibility for different programs within Medicaid. Just so that you know, once they're adopted, that does not make them qualify for a fee waiver. That's not an automatic eligibility. So anyway, there's the Utah code and the board rule covering school fees, our website that has the forms, FAQs, and guidelines. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And where is it? Oh, it's over here. Stop share. There we go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Barbie. Thanks for the questions.
Did you want me to drop that in the chat?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So we'll get Laura Wilson queued up here with all things UPEFs. Just happens to be due today, your UPEF's fiscal year 24 actual submissions. Almost like we planned it that way a little bit, but anyway, we'll turn the time over here to Laura and then break for lunch.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Set this up. And I need to, I apologize, sorry. Share. I need to share screen first. Can you see my presentation?
Not yet. You might have to confirm the share. There's sometimes a little pop-up that.
Okay, let me see if it popped up. Okay, yes, you are correct. Share. One more time.
There we go. Thanks. See your desktop.
Where's my presentation? Come on. Share. Can you see it now?
Yes, there we go. Perfect.
Okay, I apologize. You're going to see my things on the left here. but bear with me. All right, thank you. I am Laura Wilson. I am on John Wilson's finance school specialist team. And I know I'm the last person between all of us on lunch. So I'm going to try really hard to be as concise as possible. We're going to go through a few chart of accounts for FY25, the changes for the chart of accounts, as well as a little bit of a touch on fiscal flexibility. And then we'll go over indirect costs. And wanted to thank John Palmer and also Sarah Harwood for giving me some help with the information here. Okay, so for 2025, our chart of accounts updates. These are the original updates. They've been posted. Many of you have probably already seen them, but we're just going to quickly remind you. So 5811 through 5814, and then 5817 and 5818. These are all new original program codes for 2025. And then for the higher numbers, we have 5915, 7528, 7529, and 7530. These are amended codes. So they were not added initially to our 25 chart of accounts, but they are in there now. And you can go to the chart of accounts and see that. You can read about it. If you have questions, you can reach out to us, or if you don't know how to find it, reach out to us and we'll show you that as well. So the amended codes are 5361 for RESAs, 5675, the Child Sexual Abuse Prevention Grant, 5817, the High School Service Pilot Program, and 8083, the Farm to School State Formula Grant. New object codes. We have payments to charter school levy account, the basic levy recapture, other state recapture, and then 880, which is payments to community reinvestment agencies. So budgetary flexibility, we all thought was going to sunset in 25, but that was revived and made permanent in our special legislative session. So it is program 5390, and you can see the reference to state code here if you want to read that. So it says an LEA may use up to 35% of the LEA's state restricted funding for each formula-based program to flexibly and without restriction respond to changing circumstances and student needs. Goodness, I apologize. This is how it's to be used. You record the revenue to the state restricted program, just like you normally would. And then to transfer funds, which is up to 35% of current year funding, we ask that you use revenue code 5211. This is specifically for the fiscal flexibility to transfer out of the restricted program. And then to transfer the funds in, you have a couple of options. We do ask that you use 5201 to do the transfer in, which is also specifically a revenue code for the fiscal flexibility program. So you can transfer directly into program 5390 and then just record expenditures to 5390, or you can transfer into another USBE program if those funds are being used to supplement that program. A couple of notes, carry forward and unearned revenue are not allowed in program 5390. And the 35% is not eligible for a prior year carry forward. So this is just some upcoming due dates. June to August, as everyone is aware, is when we submit budgets. October 1st, today, actual submissions are due. So not only to be submitted, but certified as of today. It's a busy day. November 30th, the audited financial statements are due, and we ask that you please send us those financial statements. December 15th, we are looking for all of your indirect cost rate data to be certified in the indirect tool in UPEFS. December 30th, we will be looking for single audits. And by December 31st, all unearned revenue entries and certifications need to be done. So indirect costs, everybody's favorite subject. We try to train on this every fall, and we're aware that every LEA does not opt to have the state calculate rates for them, but a good overview is always a good idea. And also we're hoping that not only can we maybe create a little more consistency with the way that things are entered in our tool, but also for LEAs who have not been using the calculated rates and might be on the fence trying to decide if they want to do that, this could be hopefully some education and help with that decision. So the authority for our indirect cost program does come from the feds. It is confusing, but it's not our program. We have to administer it very strictly, of course, according to their rules. So I've listed here some Code of Federal Regulations references, as well as the U.S. Department of Education Cost Allocation Guide, which is really useful. And that's posted on our website under indirect costs. I have a link for that at the end of this. It is, of course, using the Code of Federal Regulations, but it is specifically for education. And also it's written in a little bit more easily digestible language. It's a little easier to read. So we like to use that. Okay, timelines. So indirect cost data, as I mentioned before, is due to be submitted and certified by December 15th of each year. And then we take that data and a rate is calculated. And then those proposals are offered to LEAs by March. So it's just important that we realize that the data that we are working with this year, the FY24 data that's used to calculate the rates that are given to you in your proposals by March will be applied 2 years into the future. So this FY24 data is used to calculate the rates that will be applied in FY26. This is important to understand because the formula that we use has a carry forward component to it. And so that carry forward from the rates in 2024 will then carry forward to FY26 when those rates are applied, and then we do it again for FY28. So we actually have two separate sets of data for indirect costs for even years and odd years. And the procedure is exactly the same, but it's just important that you understand that timeline. Okay, what is a direct cost? A direct cost, according to the Code of Federal Regulations, is an easily identifiable expenditure that can be charged directly to a program. So they're easily assigned, and it can be done with a lot of accuracy. So examples are salaries and wages for employees that are employed specifically for that program, supplies that are related to a specific program. Those are direct costs, and they are charged directly. An indirect cost is a cost that benefits the entire organization as a whole. And because the entire LEA benefits from these expenses, the idea is that every program and each department helps to pay for that expenditure. So indirect costs fall under two categories: facilities and administration. The facilities would include depreciation, equipment, capital improvements, operation and maintenance, such as utilities, building repairs and cleaning, and administration, which is general administration, sometimes called general governance, accounting, human resources, those offices that benefit everybody. Some programs may specify other indirect and direct allowable requirements. And you can see in this tiny print at the bottom that I have referenced the CFR as well as the Department of Ed allocation guide. So the formula that we use in Utah is the simplified method with a carry forward. So that is the indirect cost pool for the period, plus or minus the carry forward from the previous period, all divided by modified total direct costs. So the carry forward is created because at year end, the reimbursements for indirect costs are subtracted from the actual indirect costs from the period. And then any difference becomes the carry forward. So if the reimbursements were too high, that difference is going to be subtracted from the indirect cost pool in calculating the next period's rates. If the costs were under recovered, then the difference is added to the indirect cost pool, which is the numerator, remember, of our equation. So that's how the carry forward exists, how it's created, and what we do with it. So what is a modified total direct cost? It's kind of like direct costs with a few little caveats. So it does include the direct salaries and wages and benefits, supplies, the first $25,000 of each subaward. These are just major subawards. A major subaward is considered anything over $25,000 at this point. that guidance is changing, but for today, that's where we are. It also excludes equipment, capital expenditures, construction, and anything that's over $25,000 for a major subaward. Okay, so in indirect costs, we use both the terms unallowable and exclusions or excluded, and they sound similar, like they might be the same thing, but they're not. So exclusions are not part of any part of the rate calculation. They don't go anywhere in the numerator or the denominator for either rate. So, and they also should not have indirect cost rates applied to them. So things that are excluded are objects for legal, construction, advertising, food supplies, that's object 630, and all the 700s and all the 800s. The funds that are excluded would be the tax increment fund, internal service funds, trust funds, and custodial funds, and the entire 5200 revenue series. And then again, any amount in excess of $25,000 for any subaward is completely excluded from the calculation at all. Okay, we have two types of rates. Restricted indirect cost rates are applied to expenditures with the supplement, not supplant requirement. Most federally funded programs require using the restricted rate. It's really rare at my desk to use the word always, so it's most of the time. The unrestricted rate is for expenditures that do not have the supplement, not supplant requirement, so that's going to be most state programs. So most federal programs will use the restricted indirect cost rate. State programs generally use the unrestricted rate. So, excuse me. When we are calculating the rate, there are adjustments made to both the indirect and the direct cost pools, and those adjustments fall under 4 categories. So when you go into the indirect cost tool in UPEFs, there are these 4 tabs: unallowable costs, square footage by building, unused leave, paid at termination, and contracts and subawards. So the first adjustment, which is unallowable costs, will affect both the restricted and the unrestricted cost pools. So for the unrestricted indirect cost rate, this will include expenditures for both facilities and administration. That's functions 2600 and 2500, as well as the superintendent's office and their components, which is 2320 and 2321. Those are, they fall under administration, general governance, as well as the fringe benefits that apply to the people in those offices. And then for the restricted indirect cost rate, I am just gonna be boring and read this. The restricted indirect cost rate formula is described in the Code of Federal Regulations. Quote, when a restricted rate is required, the unrestricted rate is calculated first. Adjustments are made to the unrestricted indirect cost pool, removing certain unallowable expenses from the indirect cost pool, which is the numerator, and adding them to the direct cost base. So in a restricted rate setting, indirect costs are purged to include only organization-wide general management, such as bookkeeping, accounting, human resources. The general management costs are refined again to exclude the costs of the chief executive officers, their immediate officers, component officers, and related costs. Those related costs include fringe benefits, travel, and other associated costs. So these costs are then reclassified from the indirect to the direct base. So in our Utah chart of accounts, the 2600 functions will be removed from the restricted indirect cost pool. And then general governance, such as the chief executive officers mentioned above, and their components are included. Those are included for the unrestricted rate. Those are included in the numerator. But when we calculate the restricted rate, those are moved down to the denominator. Okay, another part of unallowable costs is this org chart that we are required to collect every year. And we ask that you email us an org chart every year. As you can see, this org chart starts with the local board and then goes down to the superintendent and below them. So the local board is not included in the indirect cost rate calculation, and that is per the Code of Federal Regulations. The superintendent, the business administrator, and all of their offices are included. one thing that would be really helpful to our team in making sure that we do this right and then we get it accurate, when you give us your org chart, if you could please put names with each of these positions so that it doesn't just say superintendent, business administrator. Obviously, it's not always the same people that are in those positions across time. And then if you could also, when you go into UPEFs, pardon me, when you enter the data in UPEFs in the indirect cost tool, if you could also put names when you enter the unallowable costs, the general governance, please put their names, not just the position. And then that way that's why we collect your org chart, so that we can just cross-reference and double check to make sure that we're doing things correctly. Oh, sorry. I am so sorry. Okay. When you look in the Department of Ed cost allocation guide, there's some very helpful wording that helps us to understand who the chief executive officers are and what a component cost is. That's the wording from the CFR, and this helps us, the Department of Ed helps us to understand further who those people are. So the chief executive officers exercise overall responsibility for the operation and management of the organization. Their immediate officers include deputies or similar offices and their support staff. And then it goes in and further helps you understand what the component costs are. So again, this cost allocation guide is very helpful. Please reach out if you can't find it. Okay, the second adjustment in UPEFs for indirect costs is square footage by building, the occupancy adjustment. Honestly, this is not used. It's optional. You're all welcome to use it. It's in UPEFs, but it's very time consuming. It requires measuring each part of the LEA, getting the square footage for that space, and then allocating what is indirect and what is indirect. Most people apparently feel like the amount of work that goes into that compared to the benefit that they receive, it's just not worth their time. But that is in UPEFs, and if you would like to further refine your rates by using that, you can. The adjustment, the third adjustment, which is unused leave paid at termination. So the important thing to realize here is that when an employee leaves that has unused leave, that leave should not all be charged just to the last area that they were working. That creates an inequity because their leave was accrued across the entire time that they were working there. So payments to separating employees for termination of benefits or unused leave are treated as indirect costs when we're computing both kinds of rates, with just one exception. When you're computing the restricted rate, unused leave costs for employees who would be indirect for the unrestricted rate, but they would be considered direct for the restricted rate. So in other words, the superintendent, the chief executive officer, and all of their offices, those are considered a direct cost payment for rate calculation purposes only. So just for the rate calculation purpose, that's how we classify them. Okay, the final adjustment, which is contracts and subawards. This is an area that we really would like to do some more training on to create some more consistency. The current generally accepted definition of a major subaward is one that exceeds $25,000. Subaward treatments are applied on a yearly basis, and grantees must exclude the amount of any subaward exceeding $25,000 per year. So the indirect cost rate will be applied only to the first $25,000. And that is in the modified direct base. That $25,000, that first $25,000 of any major subaward is included in the denominator when we calculate the rate. And then anything beyond that is completely excluded. So here's where it gets a little bit tricky. There are 4 types of contracts: subawards and subcontracts, which are both subject to the $25,000 exclusion, and then a professional service, which is not subject to the $25,000 exclusion. So when you go into the cost allocation guide, there are specific examples like question and answers. If we hire a speech pathologist from outside the LEA, is that considered a contract or a subaward? And it will go, I have a a sheet that I can share with you from the cost allocation guide that goes through those and gives some really helpful examples. What is just an indirect cost, what's a professional service, and what might be considered a subaward or a subcontract. The pass-through dollars are a little bit easier to determine, but some of these other ones, this is a judgment call on your part as LEAs, and we would really encourage you to go through all of your contracts and maybe perhaps keep a little spreadsheet that lists all your contracts and how you've decided to classify them, so that perhaps the next period, if you're not the one doing the submissions for indirect costs, the person who is doing them can just quickly reference your spreadsheet. It's really important that we're consistent with this. Because of the nature of our formula that has the carry forward, anytime there's an anomaly, that will affect your rates. And because of that carry forward, it takes quite a while for the rate to normalize from the anomaly. So if we can correctly classify our contracts and then consistently apply that from year to year, it's going to be really helpful in not causing distorted rates. So this sheet, and I apologize for the really small writing, we are going to have this posted to the website, also under indirect costs. You can get a copy from me. Definitely you can see it's here in this presentation, but this is to help you determine what type of contract that you have: subcontract, subaward, professional service, or pass-through. This is a really valuable tool. We use it all the time. I have given it to some of you. If anybody else would like to see it, I'm happy to send it to you as well. So indirect rates, obviously, sometimes programs are multi-year programs, and that rate will be applied across. So the indirect cost rate for that year is applied just for that year in the program. In a multi-year program, it's completely possible and likely that the indirect cost rate is going to change as you go through different years in the program. So to update the rate and to utilize all indirect costs in the original budget, you do need to do a budget revision. And if you run into issues with that, please contact the Utah Grants Help Desk. So sometimes we have LEAs wishing that their rates were lower. They feel like they would rather use more money in the program, in the grant expenditures itself, than applying that much to indirect costs. And so if you do decide to use an annual rate that's negotiated by us, those are the rates for all federal and state programs. And you can't choose, well, I don't like that rate for this program. It has to be done consistently. However, the U.S. Department of Education Indirect Cost Group does provide some clarification. An LEA may choose to use a lower rate than negotiated, but you can't choose to use a higher rate. So always the unrestricted rate is going to be higher. If you, for instance, say, I would really just rather apply my restricted rate across the board, you have the ability to do that. It just has to be applied across the board. It can't be specific to program, and it has to be for the entire year. Okay, this is some references that I think are very helpful. The first one is that cost allocation guide. That's the link to that from the Department of Ed. And then on our website, we also have some helpful things for indirect costs, under indirect costs. So these are good references if you need them. All right, upload season, as we all know, is officially here, starting today. And we just want to emphasize that we're here to help, and we are happy to help with any questions. Also, we have included a tab in UPEFS, a help tab, that has answers to a lot of really common errors that happen on upload and for errors. You may find the answer that you need in there. And this time of year, it might be easier than getting an immediate answer from us. But if you need us, we do want you to reach out, either call or email, and we'll get with you just as soon as we can. So this is our team. John Palmer is our manager, and he happens to be out of office at the moment, but he will be back probably starting next week. Myself, Laura Wilson, Cody Wright, and Sage Palika, who is a fiscal data analyst and amazing, helping with reports and anything of that nature. So were there any questions?
I think we answered Kim's question on subawards. Let us know if you need some clarification there. I don't see any other questions at this point. So we
All
will
right.
go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1 p.m. for the school safety update.
Thank you.
We'll get started here at 1. Rhett, if you want to get your presentation queued up, go ahead and I'll stop sharing here. Those of you just joining, we'll get started right here, right about 1 o'clock. Back from lunch. Okay, welcome back from lunch. We have Rhett Larson and his team here. I'll let him introduce the rest of his team, but we're grateful that they're here today to present on school safety, and we'll turn the time right over to them.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for being here. I am Rhett Larson. I am the School Safety Center Coordinator for the Utah State Board of Education, and would like for you to also meet the other members of the School Safety Center. So I'll go ahead and have them introduce themselves. We'll go with Melissa, then Ashley, Jeremy, and then Willie.
Hello, my name is Melissa Muhlstein. I am new to the School Safety Center team. I am Rhett's executive secretary and get to support the team in all they do.
Hi, thanks so much for being here. My name is Ashley Postello. I am the School Safety Center Specialist, and I work with, yes, the Utah State Board of Education.
Jeremy and then Willie.
Couldn't find the audio there. My name is Jeremy Barnes. I'm a lieutenant with the Utah Department of Public Safety, assigned to the Utah School Safety Center through the Utah State Board of Education.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Willie Chen. I'm the School Safety Data Analyst for the School Safety Center. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. And Scott, will you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Scott Ayer, Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Substance Use and Mental Health, and I am a liaison to the State Board of Education on the School Safety Center.
Thank you, team. And again, thank you everyone for allowing us to be here. So to share with you some structure changes at the Utah State Board of Education. So as school safety continues to grow and expand, school safety does now have a director, Chantel Coda. And Chantel is the director of School Safety and Student Services. Under her leadership is 3 separate teams: for Student Services, School Safety Center, and then Prevention. And we just wanted to make sure all of you were aware of that change, so you know who to reach out to, so we can continue to support each of you. To give you some context to the School Safety Center, the Utah School Safety Center continues to learn with and from other states. And with recent years in legislation, I wanted to point out some House bills that were passed that really got all of this started with the School Safety Center. So back in 2019, the Student and School Safety Assessment Bill, that's what created the mechanism to create the School Safety Center that consists of those that you just met, but also the organizations, just to speak to the organizations. So experts from the Utah State Board of Education, the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health, and the Department of Public Safety. And then we also partner with the mental health, the Huntsman Institute Safe UT program. And as legislators continue to meet every year in the legislative session, we continue to see an emphasis on school safety. In 2023, there was House Bill 61, the School Safety Requirements Bill, and House Bill 140, the Standard Response Protocols that required the standard response protocols by the I Love You guys to hold secure, lockdown, evacuate, and shelter in every school. And sorry, my computer keeps freezing. I hope it's not on your end. We always try to do our best to keep from having technical difficulties, but sometimes it happens. So I'll just keep pushing forward unless I hear from any one of you. And then this last year, House Bill 84, the School Safety Amendments. And we're just going to go over some highlights of this last year, talk about a resource that we have made available. And then we're going to also open up the time for questions for all of you to be able to ask us, and we'll do our best to answer the questions for you. So I'm going to now turn it over to Ashley to talk about school safety and security specialists.
Thanks, Fred. Yes, the fiscal year 25 School Safety and Security Specialist Stipend Grant has been released in the Utah Grants dashboard. So many of you might have access to this grant in Utah Grants, and just an overview of what this looks like, what we're telling other LEA level admins is that yes, the FY25 School Safety and Security Specialist Stipend Grant and the Qualtrics are now open for submission and applications. And these are the LEA level only. Yes, it does ask for a lot of school information, specifically who is that designated school safety and security specialist at every school within the LEA. However, it is only one LEA admin folks submitting that Qualtrics form to us. And then very similar with that Utah Grants application, LEA level based. Yes, we have a lot of school safety specialists within the LEA. However, that one application via Utah Grants will be submitted at the LEA level. And within that Utah Grants application, in the application links section, that's where folks can find the Qualtrics steps. So ideally, the same individual is completing the Qualtrics form as well as submitting that Utah grants application. If that is a separate individual, that works too. However, the way to access that Qualtrics form is through the Utah grants application in the application links section. So 2 parts of this grant process, and both of those individual parts are due on the same day, October 15th. And in that Qualtrics form, you know, we ask for the LEA School Safety and Security Director contact information and picture that is in statute. We ask for the LEA Business Admin contact information. We ask for the Superintendent and Charter School Director contact information. And then, like I said, lastly, each school's designated specialist. So there is a lot of contact information we are capturing in that Qualtrics form. And then if you can go back one more for me, please. So that's the Qualtrics form. And then yes, that second part is the Utah grants application, both due on that same day, October 15th. And these funds, just to make sure everyone's on the same page here, these funds are a $3,000 stipend per school safety and security specialist. So each school throughout Utah, K through 12, public and charter schools, should have one and only one specialist that receives that one stipend of $3,000. The stipend cannot be split amongst multiple individuals. The duties of the specialist can also not be split amongst multiple individuals. We have some schools and some LEAs asking if they can have a second specialist or a third one. Yes. However, if you're looking to pay that folk a $3,000 stipend, that cannot be out of the funds coming from this grant. So it will be a different funding source that works best for you. And then with the school safety and security specialists, we are gathering them for their first onboarding training the day after everything is due. So ideally we have everything in place, everyone's good to go. And on Wednesday, October 16th from 2:30 to 3:30 via Zoom, we will be hosting our first onboarding training, and that will also include information on next steps of the school safety needs assessment and how they can submit a different Qualtrics form for us, which is the summary results and the applications for alternatives.
Ashley, if we can answer a couple of questions from the chat.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you want me to
Let's see
read
if
those to you, or?
I could pull up the chat. I see the question, what is the quit mid-year? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by
I
that.
think she means what if they quit mid-year? What
Yes,
if this...
okay, yes, thank you. So what if they quit mid-year? That is a really good question. That same form, so that FY25 School Safety and Security Specialist LEA Accountability Report, that Qualtrics form that's in Utah Grants, the first question of that form is, are you submitting new designations for this school year, or are you making a personnel change update? We do understand people quit, personnel shift, personnel leave. And yes, that's totally okay to make that shift. We will share with the field and we'll ask folks to just resubmit that Qualtrics form as an update so we can keep those updates and those personnel changes on our end. And then yes, we would expect to see those stipends split half and half between those individuals. Dual campuses, we do have a process going through to see which schools are getting allocations. There are a few different qualifications of what defines a school. We have done our own estimates, and we have asked LEAs to make their own estimates and requests as well. If we are aligning those two columns, the ones that we have estimated for allocations and for stipends and an LEA's request, and we do see some discrepancies, we are working on it on our internal teams, and then we'll reach out to and talk about what that discrepancy is. We'll ask some more follow-up questions on what that campus or what that school or what that administration cabinet looks like, and then we'll make some more definitive decisions from there. Does the $3,000 include benefits? Yes. So the stipend is $3,000 total. We've been telling the field as well as school safety and security specialists that their take home, their salary money will depend not just from LEA to LEA, but from school to school as well, depending on benefits, depending on that benefits package. We've seen LEAs take some of that stipend towards the benefits, which totally makes sense. We've also seen some LEAs give that $3,000 stipend totally to the individual, and then the LEA uses their own funds to complement and to supplement those benefits amounts. Are they getting paid monthly or one stipend for the whole year? That is up to the LEA. Two big different ways I've seen the stipend dispersed is by semesters. So at the end of semester 1 and at the end of the semester 2, kind of a half and half thing. And then I have seen some LEAs do the entire stipend at the end of the year. Please know that reimbursement requests cannot be requested until after January 1st of the fiscal year. So if you do provide some of the stipend in the 2024 months, know that we cannot reimburse you until the next year of 2025. Something that we have changed this year is a lot of LEAs have come back to us asking, did they attend the trainings? What documentation is there? So we can make sure the stipend is getting put into the right hands. There will be a Canvas course for specialists this year, and they will be asked to take a formative assessment, a quick 5 questions after each training. And then at the end of the Canvas course, they will be issued a certificate of completion. We are going to tell specialists or ask specialists, forward that certificate to your principal, forward it to your LEA admin. So there is some built-in documentation so they can receive their stipend in good faith. Thank you, Sam, for answering that last question. If there are no other questions, I'm going to hand it over to Willie.
Hi, everyone. So we've also created a school safety needs assessment summary form and application for alternatives. What it is it's a form where the school safety security specialist and the county security chief will fill out together to submit summarized results of their school safety needs assessment that's required from House Bill 84. The school administrators also copied on that, so they will receive a copy of the responses and other individuals involved in the school's safety needs assessment. Backing up a little bit, the school safety needs assessment is required now as of House Bill 84, so this information is collected through this form. Schools will submit this information through Qualtrics, and they'll report those summative results by December 31st this year. This form is also used to submit an application to the state security chief for any eligible areas for school level alternatives as listed in Utah Code Section 53G 8701.5. There's also an opportunity for LEAs to use the same form to submit an application for LEA level alternatives. Next slide, please. As they are completing this form, we are providing a school level resource guide and an LEA resource guide. That way they can just look at all the questions in preparation for submitting their responses and to prepare for the application for alternatives. In addition, this form is currently live right now, so they can submit their information if they've already conducted their school safety needs assessment. All submissions though are due by the end of this year, calendar year. And again, the schools and applicable LEAs must submit the Qualtrics form by the deadline. And these responses, what will eventually happen is they will also be used to inform grant making decisions. And I'll turn it over to Rhett.
Thank you. All right, we have created this resource, Utah School Safety Playbook, to help schools with implementing the new requirements out of legislation. This is considered a living document, and we will continue to make changes and updates to this document as decisions are made. As you know, with school safety, as mentioned, it's an ongoing focus at the legislature. This last session, a bulk of these requirements and oversight do fall under the Department of Public Safety, under the new state security chief, Matt Pennington, and in collaboration with the School Safety Center. We have Jeremy Barnes, who already introduced himself here, as well as Scott Eyre. And now we would like to turn over the time over to you for any questions that you might have. Melissa will share a link to the playbook in the comments. And that's something you can utilize yourself and share out to your schools. But now we would like to turn the time over to you for any questions that you might have.
Hey, Rhett, this is Molly.
Hi,
Hart.
Molly.
Hey,
Hi,
how
board
you doing?
member. Good. How are you?
When you make changes to that playbook, will you please keep a change log so that we don't have to rewrite and then guess what was changed?
Absolutely. And we plan to share out once we've made updates to the field through our listserv. And we will always keep the most current on our website, and also happy to fulfill that request. Thank you, Board Member Hart.
Thank you. I would have to read the whole thing again, every change. Thank
For
you,
sure.
Rhett.
You
Thanks.
bet. You're welcome. Any additional questions or anything else the team would like to share with the field? There's a question regarding window film. Jeremy, is that a question you would like to take?
Yeah, so as of right now, Chief Pennington is working on developing the administrative rule for that. Rather than going on a thickness, it's going to be a time delay model through the ATSM ratings. And so he is looking at a time delay rather than an exact thickness of film.
All right, I'll ask it. What does time delay mean?
Board Member Hart, that is a fantastic question. So essentially your thickness is your thickness standard, and this is all dependent upon how it's installed, the material of window that is being utilized. And so the thickness of film could vary depending upon all those factors, how well it's installed, the mechanism that it's being adhered to. But the time delay itself is delaying the time from impact. So for example, if you have an individual that decides they want to go and try and beat on a window or try to gain access to the window, it's going to take a certain amount of time for them to be able to break through that. By the time and the hope is that they would exhaust themselves by attempting at one location and going to the next window and encountering the same situation. And so the time delay aspect is delaying the time itself rather than going on a certain millimeter of thickness on that. The handbook does not include, and I just saw the question pop up, the handbook doesn't include the information because it has to be put into admin rule first. And so Chief Pennington is developing the administrative rule now.
And so films are rated according to the time delay?
Yeah, it's the ATSM rating.
Okay.
Rather than the UL rating of the thickness.
I see. Is this going to go on state contract?
So it will be, that's a conversation that we're still having. We're hoping to meet with vendors who would be able to meet that need, and then potentially have a list of state approved vendors that essentially we do the legwork instead of all of you.
Okay, thanks.
Jeremy, it looks like there's also another question about if it can be just classroom windows or other windows, and also a guidance of what first floor windows are.
So the first floor windows, I think we're looking at 8 feet and below, as that's kind of the standard that we are looking at. The classroom windows are are in the conversation now. And so without the administrative rule and everything, I'd be hesitant to speak directly upon that, because those have obviously lengths of process to go through to be approved. But that ground level standard is 8 feet and below. I see the question that just came in as far as the expected standard to be released. So the way the process works is the proposed administrative rule would be due by the end of October, and then it goes through the legal processes. And from the information that I've received, we are hopeful that the administrative rule would go into effect around or after the time of the first of the year. There have, to my knowledge, there have not been any state approved vendors for it. I mean, there are state vendors for Windows, but as far as this standard, I'm not entirely sure. So I'd be hesitant to say anything on that.
While we're on the topic of vendors, I do want to make everyone aware. Last week, while we were doing a threat assessment training for 3 school districts, I had someone reach out to me and say, Red, I'm getting an email saying that the state is recommending 3 agencies for the mental health screener for the Guardian program. And I reached out to Scott Eyre, who is here on our team, and just know that there are emails that are circulating saying that the state is recommending one vendor or one agency over another. Just know that that is not coming from us. We're not sure where those emails are circulating or where they're being sent, but just be mindful as you get contacted by folks, feel free to reach out to us. The communication that we do share, we send out through our listservs. We always make sure we have our logos and information on there. So just be mindful that that is happening out in the field. Scott, anything else you would like to share about that?
Yeah, there is a lot of questions about what the next steps are for that. We have put out the recommendation and has been accepted by Chief Pennington. And the process for that largely already exists within the world of law enforcement and the way that law enforcement conducts their psychological evals. I'll say some of the major components of what led us to this recommendation was to keep a high standard. Obviously, we want to have the right people prepared in the right places. But secondly, we wanted to understand how we could remove or strip down some of those unnecessary requirements in a full psychological eval and lower the costs, increase the accessibility, and do our best to meet the needs of what exactly the Guardian role is going to be. So that maybe gives some context to where the recommendation is and moving forward. I believe that there's quite a few folks throughout our state, maybe even working in our school districts, that might be qualified to administer these tests. However, I would recommend that we be tapping into what's already existing within law enforcement networks, those that are familiar with the tests, familiar with the ethical considerations and scoring and all the things that are required in order to do a full psychological eval. And I'm happy to answer questions on the test itself if anyone has questions. But from a fiscal standpoint, I think the numbers have come in anywhere from $350 to about $500 or $550, depending on the vendor, and that will be the decision on a local level of who they want to go through and what those costs and price points will be.
Before we move on, there's 2 questions that I want to get to. Jason and Courtney both asked questions. So Jason, I just want to clarify, it will not be USBE board rule that comes out with that. It's going to be administrative rule through the Division of State Security at DPS. And any legislation that comes, but we've been kind of telling the field, hold, until that standard is released and you don't feel comfortable going out and making the purchase, hold. Obviously, if you do go out and make purchase to get film that maybe wouldn't meet that standard, there would be a timeline for implementation. And so it wouldn't be one of those things where we would be like, hey, you got to go in, rip it off and replace it immediately. There would be a timeline for implementation. But before making those big purchases, we are advising to hold. And looking at Courtney's question, it kind of has that same feel. But as far as the grant from HB 61, Courtney, I think Rhett might be able to answer that a little bit better. But where the exact guidance has not been set and put into administrative rule yet. Like I say, we've been advising the field to hold on those parameters. So if you have something that is lower priority and you have the funds to be utilized now, that is a conversation. And Rhett, I'll let you add anything else on that.
Thank you, Jeremy. That is a question that we get often, not necessarily about just the film, but also funding from House Bill 61 and then also House Bill 84. Let me first address the question at hand regarding the film on Windows. So if you were awarded funding, and that's part of your approved projects on your approved application, I recommend, as Jeremy has also stated, just to hold. You have through fiscal year 26 to spend that money. And until you get further direction as far as knowing what's the requirement going to be, I would hold off on moving forward with those projects. And then we will hopefully get that communication out to you all once that admin rule has been put into place. Another question we often get, as I said, with House Bill 61 is, can I use funding from 61 to pay for items from House Bill 84? The funding for House Bill 61, the school safety and support grant, that funding can only be applied towards those projects that were approved on your approved applications. And so that's, again, the money for that school safety and support grant. I also get questions about, is there additional money to help support with House Bill 84? There was funding that was appropriated to help support some of the initiatives out of House Bill 84. There is a grant subcommittee who continues to meet, and they will look at the data that's coming in from the school safety needs assessment summary forms, as that funding is for targeted grants specific to the school safety needs assessments. And we anticipate that application will likely come out sometime in January, as the deadline, as mentioned by Willie, is the end of December to complete your school safety needs assessments and to share that information through that Qualtrics summary form. We hope it can come in sooner, but again, that deadline is the end of December, leaving us to release that application sometime in January or after January. Yes, as long as I'm looking at that last question, are we okay to start low priority projects? Absolutely. If you have projects that are approved on your approved application, you can move forward with implementing those projects as needed. All right, not seeing a lot of new questions come through. Sam, I can turn it back over to you.
Much appreciated, Rhett and team. Rhett, for future needs, have them reach out to who?
Absolutely. So they can reach out to the School Safety Center. We have a combined email, and we can put that in the chat here. If you wouldn't mind sharing that email address for the combined inbox, Melissa, but also you can reach out to me with any questions or concerns that you might have.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. All right, we will shift over to Nestor Rodriguez, USBE's economist, who has an update on available revenues and the economic climate. And
hi, Sam. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
All right. Just want to make sure. my new laptop and new settings here. All right. And I'm going to share my screens. What do you want me to do?
That would be great.
Should see a PowerPoint now.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just here. See the PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right. Hi, everybody. Nestor Rodriguez, economist. I'm here to give you an economic update as the year goes on. So I'm going to present some more local, regional estimates that may be of interest to folks. So that would include the general income tax funds overview, information publicly available on either the legislature's finance website or the tax website. Then projected ongoing funds as we look into this uncertain environment, some ideas there, something coming from us in FinOps here. And then also I just, we get wrapped up in sort of the locality of things, with something else to consider is the general macroeconomic situation, which does play a role, in what's happening both at the macro level and here too. So case in point, interest rates and inflation, those are macro events that are affecting everybody, including us. So I'm going to go through the overall economy very quickly, labor markets, consumer sentiment, and housing. So with that said, so preliminary tax estimates, year-end estimates have come out. Based off the TC23s and monthly summary reports, I'm going to give a general income tax funds overview details. With regard to that, just a comparison between WPU and income tax fund, and then a discussion a little bit about the projected ongoing funds for fiscal year 26. So in general, and this is again from the TC23 monthly review summaries, revenues were up 11.4 billion. And that represents a year-over-year increase of negative 0.8%. The target rate, if you're familiar, you'll see somewhat of a form here because it's kind of a cutoff from it. The target rate was negative 0.4% in that regard. Income tax funds specifically, revenues were 6.2 billion, and year over year, that was an increase of negative 3%. The target rate, again, so this is a little more negative than what was expected, was negative 0.2 or negative 2.6%. Now, what's interesting to consider here is that in regards to in years past, we're seeing sort of a moderation, if you will, with regard to the income tax fund in terms of month to month. So these sheets, you're going to see this in a minute, they sort of outline what they're seeing for the past 5 or 6 months, approximately, depending on the time of year. They kind of they project, but then they also look back into the recent past. And what we're seeing here is that compared to years past, so April 2022 was sort of a bonanza, right? And that year to year income tax revenues were 28% over. Whereas in 23, they were negative 4.8%. And then that decrease has been moderating for those past 3 months from year to year. And so you see that here in that sense that, again, and April 22 or 22 in general, 2022 is great because it's such a great contrast just from a number standpoint. In terms of that, April of 22 was 28%, May of 22 was 14% year over year, 12% for June. Contrast that to 2023, where it was negative. And now we see sort of a less negative number. The decline seems to be moderating according to tax revenue projection or collections. And so this is what I was stipulating earlier. You could kind of see these revenue snapshot summaries that what's reported sort of shows up month to month. And so we sort of see these numbers as revenues are being collected from the past recent months. So you sort of see a lot of green there in April of, or in 2022, towards the end of 2022. And then in 2023, you see the negatives, and this is what happened last year. But when you compare those to this year, you see that they're moderating. And so the idea being that you're seeing that these numbers are getting less negative. So just looking at the past, we would think that things are starting to stabilize, and revenues were hit in 2023. You may think of that as a low point maybe, and that perhaps things are starting to look up, if you will. This was an interesting, based on that data that you saw, I went back, and this is as far back as I could go with data. I think I went back to 2018 or 2019. I went back and collected, this is year to year. So the way that those sheets are collected, they're from about September, October to June, July of every year. And then there seems to be a hiatus in August and September in those TC23 monthly summary reports. So what you're seeing here is for the general fund, income tax, and for the transportation fund, this is the month. So these are the Septembers from 2019 to 2024, Octobers. And what you see here is the averages across all those years, but so much so also how those revenues have gone up over the years for every month. So obviously, and I couldn't really, it wouldn't line up the programming I was using. The program wouldn't line up the fiscal year in a chronological order. So I apologize for that. But you see, I have no data for July and August because those sheets don't come out. However, I have it for roughly from September to June of every year. And what you're seeing is basically how you would expect revenue collections, or the information is collected. And somewhere in October, for some reason, this is where they start again with, these are the updates, and it goes up from month to month, as you would expect, as the state goes through fiscal year cycle collecting more revenues. And so here you have the general fund, and this dip, you're going to sort of see this dip, but it's very pronounced, not here in the general fund, but it's certainly pronounced in the income tax fund. You see this dip here, and this kind of coincides with 2022 and that economic slowdown we saw there, coupled with, and again, I'm speculating a little here, but I'm thinking to inflation. These are, I forgot to mention earlier, these are real revenue numbers. In other words, I've adjusted these for inflation. And so what's interesting to note here is that the general fund, sales tax, and the like, sort of, I would assume here they're adjusting as best they can, and I'm assuming this is with regard to prices, are adjusting the best they can. Whereas if you see here, incomes and the like do adjust a bit, but certainly not as quickly as sales did, or the tax revenue. And then last but not least, what's very apparent here is what we see here with regard to transportation. Transportation also went through this sort of slowdown in 2022, and you're seeing this. So this would be, for example, January of 2022, February of 2022, this dip here, the March of 2022, and I'm saying it that way because these are all the Marches, if you will, from 2019 to 2024. And you're sort of seeing this dip as revenue collections are increasing, but transportation, and these are real transportation revenues, you're seeing acutely affected by the slowdown and inflation. So I thought this was interesting to kind of give you a perspective. So then this was the WPU over the years, and I contrast this with, give me a second here, I'm trying to get my system back up here. I contrast this with the income tax fund. And so we've seen a steady increase in the WPU value over the years. Sorry, there's a noise. Okay. So I contrast this with the historic income tax changes, income tax fund changes. And again, what's interesting to see here is that compared to that revenue estimate from 2022 is sort of the outlier in a manner of speaking, because what you're seeing is sort of in 2022, 2023, we see these estimates that came in on the high end relative to what was expected. And I guess this was the economy, the local economy rebounding from what had happened during COVID. And so you see, for example, what was collected in 2022 was 6.1 billion, which you see the low and the high. This was above, outside of that range, and so forth for 2023. And then what we've seen now is we've seen, based on those estimates, we in 2024, 2025, we've sort of come back down to earth, if you will. But this is all with regard to this 53.3% run up from 2022. So you can kind of consider that an outlier, sort of as the economy had come back to some sort of sense of stability after COVID. And so this is just contrasting those two estimate or changes, percent changes, with the percent change in income taxes that can't really put them on the same scale because they wouldn't graphically give them the same justice, if you will. And so this is on the right-hand side is the scale with regard to the income tax fund. The left-hand side is with regard to the WPU. And then, so this is with regard to new public education spending, comparing the fiscal 24-25 and then the upcoming 26. And what we're seeing here is, so these are, given the WPU value increase inflationary adjustment for 24, you're sort of going to see the same three items pop up: the statutory enrollment growth, ongoing, and one-time adjustments that are made. And so in the past, what we've seen is USB has requested this amount of money, $1 billion in 2024. The legislature had appropriated, and this is just based on the past, in 2024, just under $1 billion. In 2025, the same three adjustments are made, i.e. WPU value increase, statutory enrollment growth, ongoing, and one time. And with that, the USB had requested this amount of funding, and the legislature had appropriated $796 million. Now, again, this is what's happened in the past. So when we look at, we try to project that out into the future. We came up in FinOps here, we came up with a range. We came up with three numbers of what we would think based on these numbers, these three figures here: the inflationary adjustment, statutory enrollment, ongoing, and one time. What if we were projecting either 200, and you're going to see the three of them: low range, mid range, high range, 200, 250, 300. What additional spending based on the amounts would be available? So we also assumed a 10% increase in the inflationary adjustment. If you look here, that was a huge increase in the inflationary adjustment from 24 to 25. And I have that, if we go alongside what the macroeconomists are saying and the general macroeconomy, the inflation is coming down. And so with that said, if we came in at, if the projected was 200 million, based on these past numbers that we basically effectively kept the same, then we would lose additional spending available would be a negative $34 million. Additionally, if we went in the mid-range, so the ongoing projected would be 250 million. And again, when we look at these numbers, just keep in mind, these are all projections. So case in point, we projected these numbers here, this 234 million figure. But those numbers could be higher, they could be lower. What we're changing here is this new ongoing projected $250 million. Then we would have additional spending available of 15.2 million. On the high end, if we had $300 million, then that would get, given these numbers again, these projections that could come in higher, could come in lower, we would have $65 million. So an additional spending available. So keep this in mind. This is just, these are projections. So I have a caveat here. It does not imply or reflect actual legislative appropriations. They're just created for discussion here. So keep this in mind that we're just basing this on the past, because these appropriations from the legislature have happened in 24 and 25, and given those actions, what we think, if we were to project these three numbers, 200 million, 250, and 300, what we think additional spending available would be. Sam, do I have any questions?
So Zane had a question on the income tax cuts and how they affected income tax numbers. Zane, were you referring to the most recent cut from 4.65 to 4.55, or that was projected to, whoops, and I didn't copy the entire thing, but projected to reduce income tax revenues by 167 million ongoing. So otherwise, I think we're good to keep going, Nestor.
All right. But yeah, so important here, just from an informative standpoint, as we come into this budget process from entities, we should just consider that these are all sort of besides the past, which is what you're seeing here. Just thinking about where we're going to be, given what I parlayed earlier, which is that we believe that income tax and revenues in general are moderating, the declines are moderating. So kind of keep this in mind. Also, keep in mind that the new one-time projected is based on this number here. 509 million is also based on what has happened in the past. And so USB have requested 193 million in 24. The legislature appropriated a higher amount, and then a considerably higher amount in 2025. So that's another thing to keep in mind. And this is with regard to the Public Education Economic Stabilization restricted account, where we're making this assumption that this will be this amount here. All right. So looking at the macroeconomy is important, and I know it sounds cliche-ish, but we've seen how macroeconomic events have impacted us here. For example, inflation, but also interest rates, for example. So we sort of have to keep an eye on the general macroeconomy. And so with that said, I have some slides and some data and updates from LFA, which uses public data sources, alongside the federal government. So just keep in line with, as I call them, the big three: GDP, unemployment, and inflation. Gross domestic product represents the value of all products and services, or goods and services produced in the country. The first quarter real GDP estimate had been 1.4%. Second quarter, I believe it was revised up or kept the same, was at 3.0%, which is in line with a good economy, a stable economy, an economy that's growing. But we, again, don't grow so fast, because that can be potentially inflationary, especially given the inflation sort of preludes that we've had in the last couple of years. So this is really right in line with the goal of the Federal Reserve. Has been these numbers, a steady growth, but not too, it's sort of like the Goldilocks story, not too hot, not too cold, just right. Third quarter, by the way, the preliminary update will come up in the middle of this month, in the middle of October. So just be on the lookout for it. You'll see maybe, and depending on the general news, a passing news announcement with regard to it. If you focus more on channels like I do, Bloomberg or CNBC, they will probably focus big on that number, because that'll give us a gist of how the Federal Reserve has sort of played out this notion of a soft landing. So this has just been the changes, and you see, and I think this is in line with what you saw earlier with the general tax, income tax, and transportation tax. You see the slowdown in 2022, and we had high inflation around that time as well. So this is coinciding with those months and that dip that you saw, except for the most part, the general tax, the general fund, excuse me, you see that dip there. And so we had 2 consecutive quarters of negative or GDP contraction, excuse me. And so from a local standpoint, you see that Utah real quarterly GDP, this is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve website, otherwise known as, or their online website known as FRED. We see that Utah, besides that dip there, which was associated with COVID, said Utah gross domestic product has been steadily growing, again, in line with what the Federal Reserve is looking for. And so this is the idea. Interest rates were up the Fed was trying to cut back, was trying to lower inflation by raising rates, the interest rates, the Fed funds rate specifically. They want to have inflation sort of be in this barometer, this 2% range. Pundits are suggesting that maybe the new range should be between 2 to 3%. Forecasts have been aligned as such. Consumer inflation expectations, which is where we are now. If you think about the inflation, this is, if you will, a stage of processes, because the initial impact, the shock, if you will, as we call it in econ speak of inflation, for the most part, you would think has passed. But in line with that are the expectations, which is where I believe we are at now. In other words, if you work and you work via contracts, and your contracts is for a set period of time, 3 years, and inflation was to hit at year equal 1, the first part of that contract, if you signed it, by the time year 3 rolls around, you will want to regain as much of that purchasing power as you've lost because of inflation. So you're going to ask for demand for a higher wage. And that's where we are in the sense of inflation expectations now, because consumers are going to adjust their behavior. Producers that are consumers of products, for example, are going to adjust their behavior. They're going to look for cheaper products. They're going to perhaps consider other alternatives. And that's so this is kind of where we are. And what the Fed is dealing with now is consumer expectations. And the labor market, for the most part, has been relatively resilient, in line with this idea of a soft landing. Sort of think of a plane landing in an airport, and there's a hard landing where the plane just comes crashing down onto the tarmac, when it lands. And there's this sort of gentle soft landing, which is what the Federal Reserve has been trying to do. But keep this in mind, the U.S. economy is approximately about $30 trillion in terms of the GDP, in terms of goods and services produced. So it is very difficult to sort of steer this monstrosity, if you will, which is the American economy, into this sort of soft landing, which is what the Federal Reserve has been doing. Arguably, you can say, based on the statistics and the data we're seeing, they're achieving that. So this is national inflation versus wage growth. And so you see wages, this is what I was alluding to earlier. In 2022, you see inflation beating on wages. In other words, in terms of growth, inflation grew faster than wages did. And it was until the beginning of 2023, the first quarter, in which wages caught up in terms of growth, and it surpasses. Inflation has fallen, wages have not necessarily grown, but the growth rate hasn't grown. But they have been higher than inflation. So this is what I was alluding to earlier with my example. And so this is where we are now. Given this cycle here we are with expectations. And what you see here is that folks, because of the shock, they're assuming inflation is going to continue. They're expecting inflation to be there. And as a result, they're going to change their behavior. They're going to perhaps demand higher wages. They're going to substitute out of higher priced products into lower priced products, et cetera, and that's what you're seeing. Okay, so the Federal Reserve's passed. We're now in an interest rate cycle, and where the Fed is now going to gradually decrease the Fed funds rate, basically decreasing interest rates, which is what you see now. This was their recent behavior in their last meeting a few weeks ago. Labor force participation rate, there was a notable decline after the financial crisis in 2008, and it sort of rebounded. But this really was sort of because of that, due to the crisis, alongside baby boomers, the first baby boomers, those born in 1945, were eligible for Social Security. We see this gradual decrease in the labor force participation rate, and it's sort of steadied out. As that demographic as that retirement group has been entering retirement, if you will. And so, okay, so unemployment rates, again, this is Utah versus the US, and we mirror the economy, the general economy very well. And a number of these measures, keep this in mind as well. The number of job openings has fallen, the number of The unemployment rate is rising. This is unfortunately, not to be insensitive, but in line with this idea of a soft landing, because by raising the cost of capital, you make it more expensive for companies, for example, to borrow money. If they can't borrow money, maybe they don't build that new factory. They don't build that new factory, they don't need the workers. And this is what in line with what's happening. And essentially, like I mentioned earlier, what the Federal Reserve is trying to achieve is to try to make that landing as soft as possible. As there's no really, I'm an econ speak here, but this as soft as possible. So alleviate, the idea of getting or helping alleviate inflation, but at the same time, doing that by raising the cost of capital for companies. And in turn, and what you've seen here, you've seen how job openings have sort of fallen, the unemployment rate has risen, and that's in line with this policy, the soft landing policy. And so again, these measures, and I believe we have them for you if you want to take a look at them, but they're just in line with the US and locally. So relative to the rest of the nation, and we sort of saw this a few years ago with COVID, the Utah economy is relatively resilient, something else to keep in mind. So when we see these drastic circumstances, and I don't want to jinx anybody, knock on wood, if you will, but the local economy has been relatively resilient in that regard. Consumer sentiment remains high as an income and consumption grows. And it would seem that we are locally here positioned to fare better if the situation tightens or slows, which is what we're seeing now. And I showed you that earlier with the job opening graphic there. But this was, again, similar to the pandemic period. So we look at the consumer sentiment, Utah versus the rest of the country, and relatively higher compared to the rest of the country. And then again, income and consumption measures. So the consumers in general here or everywhere are cautious, and it's understandable why. And so you think about the big picture here. We have been whipsawed. There's no other way to say that from a historical standpoint, with a brutal run of events, if you will, starting with, if you want to just go back 5 or so odd years, just COVID. But even you can go back a little further and go back to 2008 and the drastic economic events there. So it's very understandable that consumers would be cautious. And then with this inflationary episode, something we haven't seen since the 70s and 80s. So some of us are old enough to remember that. This country hasn't experienced an inflationary episode like that in about 50 years, 50, 40 or so odd years. Something else to consider. So it's maybe new for many people, maybe new for many companies, many entities dealing with high inflation and the effects of it, the ramifications pre and post. Housing affordability, one of the implications of this, because of the increase not only in in interest rates because of inflation, but also the supply of homes here have been problematic in this area and just in general across the country because of limited supply more than anything else. And so we see this here in Salt Lake, Utah. This is a median number of days on the housing market. And we've seen that number sort of cycle back and up and down, back and forth. And we see this sort of falls in line with seasons. And if you believe in this idea that the summers are where housing really picks up, you're sort of seeing it here because the number of housing market days, if you will, are shorter or smaller or lower in the summer compared to the winter. And so you're seeing that here in Salt Lake or in Utah, and we can use that as a proxy for Utah in general. Interest rates or mortgage rates are predicated on interest rates, and we're seeing them come down. We're going to expect that to continue if the Fed continues in its interest rate cut cycle. So every meeting from here on in, probably to the beginning of 2025, thereabouts, we're going to expect the Federal Reserve to be cutting rates. They have suggested that, they have said that, but they're not going to do a drastic cut. So the days of looking at 50 basis point cuts, like what happened the other day, 0.5%. In normal speak, we're probably going to be looking at quarter percentage cuts to get us back to about that 2 to 3% range. And you will note that sort of mirrors the inflation rate of 2 to 3% annually. Something to consider in that, with that said, I know this is the last slide, but inflation is a general proxy of an economy in the sense of growth, and sometimes there are very drastic situations. We saw that a few years ago. But to keep this in mind, the Federal Reserve, when they're trying to use the Fed funds rate as a way to moderate inflation, there is a steady state of inflation of 2 to 3% that goes along with a growing economy, that 2 to 3% GDP number that I alluded to earlier. So keep that in mind, that a little bit of inflation, because of the mismatches, the disconnects that come around due to, a company discovers new product, the product is great, demand for it outstrips supply, prices go up, and Econ 101 speak, right? Well, those sort of mismatches that occur, the company starts to increase production, has to hire workers, they're going to get paid a wage. All of those things sort of fall in line with a 2 to 3% healthy increase in the economy, healthy increase in inflation, et cetera, et cetera. So when inflation goes up too much, sort of what we've seen, that you see these drastic outcomes. Another thing to consider is that what you don't want either, and which is the Fed is sort of doing a good job of, is you don't want deflation. Deflation is very bad. We don't want prices. We want disinflation, not deflation. So just kind of keep this in mind where the Federal Reserve is in terms of what they're doing. And so far, so good with the data we're getting. They're seeming to be, relatively speaking, accomplishing their job. Okay, Sam, I think I'm done here.
Thank you, Nestor. I guess if there's a takeaway for our business administrators here, probably not expect a huge WPU increase in fiscal year 26. Is that fair to say?
Yes, based on what we've seen, everybody's cautious, including legislators, everybody, because of what's happening. Again, think of the whipsawing we've been through the last few years. We've just had some very drastic events, but the numbers suggest that everything's moderating. But like anything else, it takes time.
Okay, much appreciated. Okay, we're going to turn the time over here to Cole Shakespeare, our fiscal monitoring manager, and go from there.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I just got a couple of things to inform you about, then I'll turn the time over to Neil. The first thing is, you'll remember about a year ago, we hired somebody to start monitoring internal controls. That was Corey Starley. He left our agency about a month ago to take a position with the Division of Natural Resources. So currently, we do not have an internal control fiscal monitor. We're currently hiring for that position, so we're hoping to fill that position here in the next month or so. I know there was a couple of you that had internal control reviews left open when Corey left. They weren't quite done. I have those. I will be reaching out to you here in the next couple weeks to get those wrapped up with you guys and get them finished up and off both of our plates. So yeah, be expecting to hear from me. I think there's 2 of you that still have those. Other than that, there haven't been any other changes on my team. We are working hard trying to get caught up on all of our open fiscal monitoring visits that we haven't quite wrapped up yet. So if you are getting emails from my team requesting documentation, data, information, etc., in particular the special ed visits here in the next couple weeks, we'd greatly appreciate, prompt responses and getting them that data so that, again, we can wrap those up and get them off our plate, get them out of off your plate, and we can get out of your hair for a while as far as sped visits go. Other than that, that's all I've got for my team. I'm going to turn the time over to Neil to go over some time and effort guidance and some sped carry forward stuff. Yeah, time and effort's a big hot button topic for us here at the agency right now. We've been seeing lots of issues in it across the state, at all levels, charter and district. So we ask you to please pay attention to Neil's training and please reach out to him or anybody on my team if you have questions about time and effort, if your policies are compliant, if you have compliant time and effort forms, etc. We're more than happy to set up a time to meet with you and go over that. We can also do ad hoc trainings with you, your LEA, your principals, your program directors, that kind of stuff. So yeah, just let us know if you need any help with that kind of stuff. And yeah, I'll turn it over to Neil.
Good afternoon. Is my slide visible?
It is.
All right, I apologize for not being on camera. My computer/camera doesn't want to work today.
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
I see you now.
awesome. Okay, so talk today about time and effort and its requirements. I know we've talked about this probably annually or biannually for the past couple of years, but it continues to be an area of concern here at USBE. And we want to make sure everybody has the most up-to-date and current information, including resources that will allow you to effectively have good time and effort policies and practices in place. Okay. So some time and effort things in the news, and these are not recent in the past year, but over the past couple of years. So in earlier, Harvard University was found to have overstated the wages they allocated to a particular research project, resulting in a $2.4 million repayment. Same thing with Johns Hopkins, is that they knowingly overstated work on the grant. So this is borderline fraud, false claims territory at Johns Hopkins, resulted in a $2.6 million repayment. And Northwestern University failed to have any time and effort policies or reporting in place and budgeted the wages to the grant based on a formula. That resulted in a $5.5 million repayment. As you can see, these are significant repayments, not just at in the K-12 level, but also in the university area where they provide a lot of grants that are based on wages and research. Not just education grants, but National Institutes of Health grants. Obviously, education grants happen there too, but a variety of different grant sources that these entities did not have compliant time and effort programs in place to ensure that time was accurately reported and charged to grants. Not listed here, recently, the Department of Education in the state of Montana had a single audit finding that came out and said for the education stability grants, the EFS grants, from the Department of Education for COVID relief programs, $67 million was found to be unallowable due to unsupported documentation. The SCA could only locate allowable costs and documentation for those costs for $4 million out of several $100 million. It was so the outcome in that audit was so poor that the auditor doing the single audit stopped and didn't consider any more cost because the controls in place were so ridiculously not present that there's no point in going forward because almost everything was considered unallowable. I highlight that just a reminder of the importance of documentation and documentation retention policies when it comes to documenting expenses for restricted federal and state grants. So why do we need time and effort? Well, first and foremost, it requires a condition of receiving federal funds. If an entity receives any federal funds whatsoever from any sources, including Medicaid, they are bound by time and effort requirements. So that's the number one reason why we have to have time and effort. Number two, it demonstrates which salaries and benefits are charged to the program and ensures that the amounts charged to the program accurately reflect the work that is being done. The next part is it allows oversight of wages and benefits being charged to programs. So USB allows our USB monitors, allows external auditors, and it also allows our legislative and state auditors offices to have oversight over those programs and how wages are being charged to ensure the costs are allowable. And that dovetails into my last point here is that time and effort validates the allowability of wages consistent with 2 CFR 403, which lists several factors that allow a cost to be allowable for a particular program. So all these are reasons why we need to do time and effort. I understand there's a paperwork burden associated with time and effort, and we can explore ways individually with each LEA if you'd like about ways to reduce that burden. But time and effort is essentially the law of the land, and we need to have policies in place to ensure that it's being done correctly. Here at USBE, here's some recent areas of time and effort. So my section, special education, does roughly 27 to 30 monitoring visits per year. And some of the common areas we found is there's no time and effort policies in place. So you can have a policy, you can have a procedure of how you will be compliant with time and effort. That's required for internal controls within the time and effort guidance or regulation in 2 CFR 200-430 Part I. It's also a requirement of general grant management in 2 CFR 200-303. And both of these citations are part of the annual assurances that each LEA assures to, that they will have policies in place to ensure compliance in these areas. So that's a big area if there's having policy procedures in place. Those policy procedures need to be board approved, and that's per our own board rules. So in 113.5.8a, it says that the LEAs must have policies and procedures in place to ensure compliance with federal and state regulations. And also in 113.6a, it requires that policy procedures are board reviewed and approved and reviewed annually. So why is a policy procedure a problem? But for not having it's a problem because LEA staff may not be aware of what needs to be done in specific areas and whose responsibility is. Also, we found several LEAs did not collect time and effort forms at all. In some instances, the LEA had a policy in place, but didn't follow it. In other instances, they had 0 policies in place, and a staff member from the finance department wrote a memo every year instructing department heads to collect time and effort. But there's no process in place to how that was to occur. There's no policy in place to ensure that there is oversight over that process. Another area of concern we have is that time and effort forms were signed just prior to monitoring visits. I have several instances where we requested time and effort forms and they were signed the week or 2 before the monitoring visit occurred, before interviews. Sometimes they are signed after the fact when we asked for time and effort for specific individuals from the payroll register, and we found that the form was signed after our request. So those are all areas of great concern for us regarding time and effort findings. Why is this happening? Well, I kind of talked about the first part. When you have no policy and procedure in place, it doesn't allow the LEA to have operational understanding of time and effort requirements, meaning who's responsible for generating the forms, who's responsible for collecting the forms, who's responsible for ensuring that all individuals charged to a particular program are receiving those time and effort forms to be signed. Also, another problem we found, or I guess a feature, is that if your procedure doesn't assign duties to a specific position, it's not clear whose responsibility it is. And that leads to confusion. Sometimes you pointing fingers, say the finance department does time and effort. No, the program department does time and effort. Oh no, the administrator, local building does time and effort. So it needs to be, your procedure needs to clearly outline who is responsible for that and to ensure some sort of follow-up to ensure that's done. Oftentimes we have time and effort forms that are missing for staff members. Our procedure when doing monitoring is to compare the time and effort forms with the payroll ledger. And oftentimes you find many individuals who are paid with special ed funds according to LEA records, but they don't have a time and effort form in the batches provided to us. So it leads us to believe that there's not a reconciliation between the payroll system and which staff members are being required to sign time and effort. That could be their required time and effort forms or lists are generated off of the LEA's HR department list of assigned duties of who's assigned to special education. And those assignments may not be reconciled with your payroll list. It may be that forms were inadvertently printed or someone was assigned or had their payroll charged to special education in between lists being generated. But the bottom line is that we need, or LEAs need to be reviewing their payroll charges against your time and effort forms on a regular basis to ensure everyone who's working in that program or is charged that program has a special ed assignment and is actually working in that program and have that form completed. That brings us to which programs require time and effort. all our federal programs, so CMP, child nutrition, all of our ESEA programs, so Title 1 through 7. I all need time and effort forms signed and completed for wages assigned to them. All of our IDA programs, so we have our school age program and our preschool age program. Both those require time and effort forms to be signed. State special education requires time and effort forms to be signed. That's been a requirement effective of November of calendar year 2020. We delayed implementation to the fiscal year 22. So starting July 1 of 2021, LEAs who assign wages paid from state special education funds need to have time effort for those individuals. And lastly, CTE or career technical education also requires time and effort. So in essence, the majority, all of your federal restricted programs and a bulk of your state restricted programs require time and effort to be collected for those individuals paid with those wages. Sam, do we have any questions so far?
We did have a question on if just policies need to be board approved or both policies and procedures, which I answered with that section from R277113-6 that both written, the board should approve both written fiscal policies and fiscal procedures.
Yes, thank you.
So we do have some questions coming. So is this required for state CTE funds or just federal time and effort?
I will defer to Jeff Conley and Wendy on that. I am not sure what the requirement is. If one reads the rule, the regulation, the federal guidance, it talks about that if there is a matching component required for the program, that time and effort would be required for that. The question is whether the state MOE is considered to be a matching component or not of those federal programs. I'll defer to the individual program sections, whether the state funds for those programs also require time and effort.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get back to you on that one. But it would be best practice to go ahead and do time and effort for those state CTE funds as well. Next question, is there a uniform state example of a complete time and effort document?
Yes, at the end of my presentation, there is a list of resources, including USB guidance on time and effort. I provided several examples from LEAs around the state for policies and procedures. And I also provided, I think, 3 or 4 sample forms that can be used to as compliant form for time and effort.
Okay, great. So time and effort is required only for Perkins federal funds and not the state CTE add-on funding. And I think Jason clarified that as well, so thank you. Okay, I think that's it for now.
Okay.
So just to make sure everyone heard it, state special ed funds is time and effort required there?
Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead. I don't think I see any other questions at this point.
Yeah, since the beginning of fiscal 22, time and effort for state special education funds has been required via board rule. All right, so let's talk about the rules of the game. So for those who've been with us a long time in education, there used to be another set of rules prior to 2014 referred as OMB circulars. There was A87, A122, and A21. They all had separate requirements, but similar requirements for time and effort. Doing some regulatory consolidation in 2014, the current Uniform Grants Guidance in its current form came to effect. It consolidated and made obsolete many different sections of OMB circulars, including some sections of EDGAR were also consolidated in there. So that brings us to the new Uniform Grants Guidance. And the new guidance, the requirements for time and effort were loosened up and allowed LEAs or subgrantees much greater flexibility in designing systems. Instead of being required to do certain kinds of forms on certain intervals, depending on how often someone was paid or how many programs they're working in. It was left up to the LEAs. So if an LEA has a system that was compliant under A87 or A122, it's still compliant. You don't have to change it. But if you didn't have a system in place prior in those times, or you came into your entity came into existence after 2014, then you would have to design your own system or bring in elements of those other circulars to design your system to be compliant. So here's our time effort requirements. So first of all, we need to acknowledge contractors. So contractors are anybody who is not an employee of the LEA. So every employee of the LEA who's paid in whole or part with federal or state funds must complete a time effort form. And you must account for 100% of their person's time. So if a person is working as a special ed teacher, and he or she also is a track coach in the springtime and works on the wrestling team in the wintertime, all that time is considered to be a compensatable time from the LEA, and all that time must be accounted for in time and effort. So 100% of someone's time is not just one FTE. It's not a certain amount of hours a week they have to account for. It's 100% of all activities that the person is compensated for from the LEA. That includes after school work. If you have a 21st century after school program, you pay teachers a stipend for. That also counts in there. All that work needs to be accounted for in your time and effort forms. Including here listed also as substitute teachers. If your substitute teachers are employees of the LEA, then they also must complete a time and effort form. And you can have a policy that addresses that. It doesn't have to be on the same frequency as the rest of your LEA staff, because that may be kind of difficult if you have substitute teachers that maybe do an assignment a week or less, or maybe not see an assignment for a couple weeks or a month at a time. So you can adjust that, but just know that for substitute teachers who are employees of the LEA, time and effort forms are required to be completed as well. So we kind of talked about this, is that we have to have records of everything that's been done. And your time and effort forms or the data on those forms should reconcile with the wages and benefits paid in your accounting system. And also, along with this concept of time and effort, this also demonstrates allocability, meaning how much of our person's time we can allocate to a specific project. Where we have individuals working in more than one program, if we have paraprofessionals, for example, that are working in a special ed for part of the day, they may do lunchroom duty or playground duty, or work on the bus after school or at an after school program. If those are separate cost objectives or programs they're working in order to adequately allocate their time, they need to have an understanding of how much time they spend in each area. For your hourly staff, that could be a time clock. They clock in and out. For your salaried staff, you would need to have some sort of system that adequately tracks or verifies how much time is being spent in each area. My recommendation is not to have any split funded staff where possible. If you have staff working in restricted programs, only work in restricted programs if possible, because it makes the timekeeping or the time and effort process much simpler.
Neil, quick question for Troy. Can a SPED teacher help with carpool as part of SPED funds, or do we need to split out the 20 minutes to gen ed?
They need to be split out. So great question. The allowable costs for special education are only those costs that are directly associated with either child find, meaning eligibility processes for special education, or implementing services and supports listed on an IEP. An example of that would be if I is a student in my class who is autistic, and he or she receives a behavior counseling for 30 minutes a day, that's a cost of special education. But if he has no services required for PE or music courses on his IEP, then any services in those areas would not be considered to be a cost of special education. In the case of a bus service, unless transportation is listed on a student's IEP, then that service would not be an allowable cost of special education. Do we have anything else, Sam?
Let's see. Diana says we were told if time spent in another program is 5% or less, it does not need to be recorded using time and effort.
I'll be very blunt that it's incorrect. They need to try, if there's doing work that's not allowable on a regular basis, then that work needs to be charged to the appropriate program that would not be special education or whatever program that's in.
I think that's it for now.
Okay. So let's talk about documentation. What kind of documentation does a compliant time effort system have? So first of all, it's be supported by your internal controls, meaning your written policy procedures that document how you will do time and effort. It's got to be part of the official records. It shouldn't be stored in someone's file cabinet that they have access to. It should be part of the official records of the LEA, and they need to be kept for up to 5 years. That's a requirement for federal programs, and also in our state board rules for special education specifically, the 5 years is a standard limit for, or standard time frame for record retention for financial records. Meaning that if any entity, whether it's at USBE or OLAG or OSA, does want to monitor or examine records related to these transactions, you have to retain it for 5 years. If you don't have those records within that time period, it will result in a finding of non-compliance in that area. And that's also about being incorporated into the official records. It has to, talked about before, it has to reflect the total time for which an employee is compensated. So if we were to examine a payroll register and see that Sally is paid from 3 different funding sources, one of them which is a special ed or a title or another restricted program, then his or her time and effort should reflect all of those different programs that he or she is working in. Has to encompass all activities, federal and non-federal. For the most part, time and effort is a federal program, but you have to document the time spent in all programs because they are compensated with a singular federal wage source. Needs to comply with established accounting practices and policies and practice. So if your time and effort policy says we do time effort twice a year, well, that twice a year should incorporate all of your payroll payments for a given time period, including bonuses and other things like that. If they're working with one program, it has to support the distribution among specific activities or cost objectives. For our purposes here, a cost objective is a program. So special education is the program. IDA or states funds is the funding source. We're looking at programs. Title I is its own program, same with Title IV or 21st Century, that are separate programs. And so you could be a teacher working in many different programs or objectives, and you need to document those different programs objectives that the individual is working in. So let's talk about internal controls. So when we have strong internal controls, meaning detailed written procedures and policies of how a particular control activity will be carried out, that ensures reliability and accuracy. Well, what does that mean? That means once anyone from USB for any program does a program visit or reviewing a reimbursement request, and they have a question about, do you have time and efforts? If you're able to produce a time and efforts for those individuals without delay, when I say delay, reasonable amount of time, but like they're not filed in archives for last year already, and you need a week to go find them. But if you're readily available and they are available for all people requested, that is really the end of the question right there. We don't need to have additional documentation. So that's really the important part. It saves us time and it saves the LEA's time when documentation is readily available for all the persons that are paid with those funds. Documentation should be verifiable, meaning that when compared against a payroll register to possibly a job duty list or a class list, that the time effort form agrees with those things. Everything should agree, or in what we call an accounting should foot together. There shouldn't be any errors or omission between the documents. They all should agree with each other. Signatures. So we talked about having internal controls. I don't know where internal controls can exist and where someone's validating what they did without having the signature of someone, be the employee performing the service or a direct supervisor with direct knowledge that the person was working in that program. A lot of times we get the question, can a business administrator certify for the LE all the employees in the program that are working there? I would say I don't think that a business administrator has direct knowledge of who or what is happening in one of their 5 to 20 campuses in their LEA. I would say that had need to be a principal or building administrator or a program director that has direct knowledge of what that person is actually doing. So signatures, electronic signatures are totally allowable. If you want to create a PDF form that gets emailed automatically to all the people on the payroll system in special education, and they sign it with the Adobe electronic signature in Adobe, that's great. Of course, the person who's doing it, the time, the date, and Adobe will validate that signature. That's perfectly allowable. I kind of talked about earlier that the documentation, the person signing or certifying these what this person did is accurate and allowed for the program, needs to be from someone with firsthand knowledge. Your superintendent's not going to know usually who is working what program by name. So it needs to come from someone closer to the actual work being performed. In the event that time and efforts aren't completed or that the forms are non-compliant, backup documentation to schedules, calendars, meeting notes, and I would also add teacher contracts or employment contracts can be requested in lieu of that. We don't like to get into that point because it's really time consuming and it's really tedious to validate, schedules and calendars and meeting notes, but if needed, we can. But please, let's avoid that and let's just have compliant time and effort forms and make sure they're collected for everybody who's paid with special ed dollars. We also kind of talked about this already, but what is included? All working time. Anything you pay an employee for before school, after school, during school hours is considered to be working time and included on time and effort. That includes stipends. That if you pay a stipend for a conference on off-contract time, that also is included in the time and effort, if that stipend is paid with restricted funds from a federal source or state special education.
Neil, we've got a couple of questions here. Sure. So I believe there's a court case regarding allowing the 5%. Have the following note: de minimis costs of less than 5% and a different cost objective are allowable without having to track separate from the federal program. Michigan case 1989. Has that been overturned? To which my response was, de minimis is kind of the important part there, where, if it's a special ed employee helping for a quick special occasion or there's an assembly or something, versus they're regularly assigned to a carpool assignment 15-20 minutes a day. That's kind of the difference there. Would you have anything to add or change there?
I say that's correct. De minimis meaning not substantial or not reoccurring. When it's a reoccurring daily assignment, I think that the de minimis goes out the window.
Okay. Thank you. And let us know, Diana or anybody, if you have questions there. Let's see. Will assigned payroll summary be allowed as acceptable time and effort?
No. Assigned payroll summary is essentially reporting how this person was paid, not how they spent their time. So the purpose of the time and effort is to acknowledge the work with that type of work that's performed, not how you are paid from which funds it came from. An example is that oftentimes there are local sources put in the special ed funds, and they may be providing special ed services with those funds. So saying that someone's paid 20% from 005 and 80% from 1205, that doesn't tell me what they did. It just tells me how they're paid. And the employees have zero control over how they're paid. So how can and most employees don't possess the knowledge of the accounting system to know what program numbers or names mean. Their job for time and effort is to acknowledge the work or labor that's being performed.
Okay, thank you. And then could we have a teacher sign for paraeducators or aides?
If that's your policy, and I would say, if we see a teacher signing for that, we probably want to ensure there's some sort of backup documentation, like they're on the caseload, they're assigned to that classroom. But it would have to be a part of your policy procedure that allows that, and in some sort of internal control that you're validating that teacher is allowed, is assigned with that paraeducator.
Okay. Very good. So yes,
Add to
as
that,
long as
I
it's
would
part
add
of your
that
policy and procedure.
teachers generally are not considered to be supervisors of a paraprofessional. And so better would be a building administrator. But like I said, if your policy procedure allows for that, that would be allowable.
Okay, are timesheets, clocking in, clocking out records still considered valid time and effort documentation?
Yes, as long as the person clocking in, clocking out is by program. Meaning you have assignment to a special education versus lunch duty or other duties they perform where they can clock in and clock out. If they're doing that, we would expect to see the clock in, clock out time vary from day to day. I don't know anybody that clocks in at exactly the minute and seconds the same time every day, like a time clock or a record. So we would expect to see distinct times throughout the day that they're doing that, not a set 6 hours and 7 3/4 of an hour every day.
Okay. I think we've covered everything. Please let us know if you need to clarify anything else.
Yeah.
So I think we're good to proceed here, Neil.
So we've kind of already talked about the process. So first we're gonna have established policy procedures, internal controls, both accounting and time and effort. The time distribution must confirm the current procedures, meaning you're following your procedure, actually implementing what you say you'll do. There should be a reconciliation of your expenditures. Budget estimates are allowable for initial allocation of wages, but the actual allocation must be done on actual time if persons are split funded. If they're not split funded and only work in that program, then that makes it very easy. You allocate 100% of their salary to that, and their time and effort reflects that 100% of their salary is paid there. In the news I highlighted at the beginning, one of the universities was using budget estimates and then reconciling at the end of the year or the end of the period to actual time worked. And that's how they knowingly overstated the amounts that they were charging to the grant, is because they weren't turning up their budget estimates. So if budget estimates are to be used, then you need to true them up with actual time clock charges or actual time worked there at the end of the period. Next is anomalies or red flags to auditors. So if we pull a sample size and 3 out of 10 people don't have time and efforts, we're going to ask to look at all your time and efforts and ensure you're collecting for everybody. If our sample size reviews substantial errors, I think in that case, a 30% error rate is substantial. That would require additional investigation of your processes and to identify possible reasons of why those 30% had an error in their collections. Also, sometimes some sub-recipients have specific pass-through requirements. For example, the Title I team requires that you provide a time and effort for the reimbursement request, the first one of the year, to ensure that you have those. Special ed doesn't have that at this current moment, although we do require that for all programs at USBA that you submit a general ledger for that program with your reimbursement request to ensure that we can validate the charges as being accurate and having records of those charges. So we already talked about cost objectives. So they're activities. So large, in our case, programs they're working in. We don't have, to my knowledge, non-special ed, but other programs, very seldom do we have mandatory set-asides, meaning that you have, for a particular program, you have to work a certain amount or contribute X percentage towards that or the cost matching. So that doesn't really have a factor for us here. Anything that requires a separate cost accounting. So we have program accounting. So if we're using only special ed dollars and federal dollars in a particular person's salary, then we account for both of those there for up to 100% of the time worked there. So that's basically what a cost objective is. We work in programs, we work specific activities, and those are accounted for on a time and effort form, where they have separate activities, and 100% of our time is accounted for there. We talked about periodic reconciliation. So your procedure should have something that says how often you're going to reconcile. Is it biannually? Is it quarterly? Is it monthly? I've seen LEAs do all of the above. However, you need to have a process in which you are reconciling your allocations to ensure they're accurate and correct. If you have more than one activity for a person, meaning you have an employee doing more than one program, you know, a process to reconcile across programs that the work is accurate. And if the time effort says you're working 90% in special education and 10% in 21st century after school, that the payroll records reflect that. There needs to be a reconciliation across the system, not only program by program. What is really important is training. Every time we get new staff, anytime we have turnover, anytime that we have additional responsibilities added or subtracted, we need to have periodic training for our employees about what's expected of them, how often we're supposed to sign, and press upon them the importance of time and effort. The people that are facilitating the process, maybe in our finance department or our program directors, that they're trained so they're aware of what the process and policies are, and also what their responsibilities are and on what frequency they need to carry out those responsibilities. So it leads us to outcomes. What outcomes do we have? Well, compliance means that we can verify a time effort readily. We can see it's compliant. We can ask for a policy procedure and see that it's been board approved and it's been implemented. That leads to reduced field work. What happens when we don't have that? Well, there are obviously going to be findings of non-compliance, which could be as simple as write a policy procedure or implement your current policy procedure that you have not been implementing. It could be a repayment of unallowable, it should say unallowable costs. If you don't have time and effort or other documentation to support the charges, those costs will become unallowable and subject to repayment. Federal funds that are unallowable require repayment with interest. Right now, the interest rate is running about 5% annually. And so that could be fairly expensive over the long run if there are unallowable costs on the federal programs. And lastly, we could require more stringent documentation. We could require that every reimbursement request has a time and effort form attached with for all employees compensated. We could require more frequent monitoring or monthly general ledgers to be submitted along with documentation. So we don't want to do this the stuff on the right. We don't want to have non-compliance, and we don't want to have these additional areas. It does create additional work for all of us. And the purpose of monitoring not is to find errors, but to verify that people or LEA systems are compliant. That's really the point of it, is to ensure compliance. And when we have greater compliance, hopefully we have better program outcomes. And that's really what the work is driven towards, is ensuring that adequate resources are being used in adequate ways for student outcomes. Here I have some, yes, Sam?
We have a couple of questions, and I think you're getting to the first question, which is standard time and effort forms for contracted employees. So I think you're going to review some examples right now for us.
Yes.
The next question is, so a contracted SPED teacher also receives a portion of their salary from the educator's salary adjustment. So are they considered 100% special ed?
That is a gray area question. They're not performing additional services for the educator salary adjustment. So we're looking, where does their labor at? Where they're providing their services to? They're providing services only to special education, and they receive the salary adjustment as a condition of being a special ed teacher that has a valid assignment in Cactus. No, you don't need to have a separate entry for time and effort for educator salary adjustment.
Great. I think that's it for now.
So I didn't plan on going through all these examples. These are all linked to my personal OneDrive, and everybody has this link that'll work for everybody. But you can click on some of these and read through the examples of policies. We can look at an example of the forms here. Taking a minute here. And you can download these forms and modify them for your use. Here's an Excel-based form. You have the LEA name, you have the employee, the position, who the supervisor is, the month and year you're certifying. And in this case, it's for an entire month. You list all the programs they're working in and the hours they work each day. And it has sum fields and it sums up. And then you can insert a signature field and they can sign it. Either sign it with a wet signature or create electronic signature. You could put this same thing into Adobe and create a fillable PDF that fills this out for them. And then you just have them apply a digital signature. This is one of those forms there. We have another one here for single programs. They're working in, well, this is actually multi-program, but this is a Word document. When you can modify this, where you just list the employee name, the position, the reporting period, list the funding codes or programs, the percentage they're working in, and they have it signed by the employee and the supervisor. One item to note is that you're not required to have these forms signed by both, but you're required to have a policy that says how you'll do it. Oftentimes we see these forms that has a place for a signature of a supervisor and an employee. Their policy says that they'll have it signed by both, but when we review the forms, it's not signed by both. We'll issue a finding for that for not following your established policy procedures, and then we'll ask you to correct that with evidence that be implemented in future periods. I'm gonna end my presentation here on the count of time. I know Dale wants to get up and talk about MSP program stuff. All these links are available in here, and I think Norley will be distributing this presentation shortly here. If you have any questions, my information is in the presentation. You got a phone number to call me if you want to talk about it, or an email with questions. Always available to help with any questions you may have here.
Will you drop those links in the chat as well, Neil?
For these resources?
Yes.
Yes, I will.
Thank you much. Are there any other questions while we've got Neil? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to Dale with our MSP update. Dale Frost, MSP administrator himself.
Can you hear me, Sam?
We can, yep.
All right, I will try to monitor the chat, but if you can do that too. Am I able to share?
You should be,
Okay.
You're actually a co-host, Dale, so you can do just about anything.
Great. I'm drunk with power. Okay. Let's see. Can you see that? Yeah, I really can't see the chat.
That's impossible, Dale. Don't try.
Yeah,
I'll just watch it for you, Dale. No worries.
All right. Dale Frost, Minimum School Program Administrator. We're going to go over some timelines, some key data points and sources. We're going to go over each of the 3 line items within the MSP, and we're going to do a deeper dive into some basic school program formulas today. So the minimum school program, there are 3 big updates through the year. After the legislature passes the budget, we create what are called the legislative estimates. That's the allocations by LEA based on projected data by MSP program. We then true that up in November for the mid-year updates. And then we have a final estimates update, and that's primarily for property taxes that impacts districts more than charter schools. So this is a calendar that kind of shows how that works and some of the major pieces of the puzzle that go to setting all of the allocations which determine your budgets. So if you look at green, that's fiscal 25 or current year. back last October, November, the Common Data Committee, that's the Office of the Legislative Fiscal Analyst, the Tax Commission, the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, and USBE. We set projected property tax collections and enrollment projections by LEA, and those data points went into the base budget, which was approved by the legislature. The legislature met from January into March. They set the WPU value for 2025 at $4,494. With those data points, we were able to create the legislative estimates. You received those in April, and those form the basis for your budgets that you loaded in June. So now we are down here in October 2024. We're going to be starting the process all over again for next year, fiscal 2026. But at the same time, and you've heard a lot about the reports that are coming up, the October 1 enrollment counts, and as well as the cactus counts. And then we true up we have the 2024 ADM, where before that was projected. So all of those pieces go into the mid-year update. So your budgets will update in November. And then come April, we will collect finalized tax collections, property tax collections, and that will go into the final update in May 2025 or so, April if we're lucky. So that's kind of the process. There's always an overlap of years as we're going through this. How much money are we talking about? There's about $8.3 billion in the system as a whole. 6.9 billion of that is found within the MSP. Most of that is within the basic school program. These are the programs that are based on WPUs. Categorical programs that are non-WPU based are within what we call related to basic, the related to basic school programs. And then the voted and board local levy programs is mostly local funding, but there's state funding in that too. That's the guarantee program that helps to equalize property tax revenues between districts. So one of the main questions I get around this time is, or throughout the year, is which program budgets update, which ones don't? What are the key data points by program? So I created a couple tables to help you with this. So this first table shows you the MSP budgets that do not change after the legislative estimates. And I tried to follow the same kind of color pattern as you see here. So you'll see those first 5 programs are all basic school programs. Most of them are special ed programs, the smaller special ed programs. You'll see that each of the programs has a 3-digit code. If it starts with PP, that is a basic school program. Related to basic programs start with PQ, PU, primarily PQ and PU. And then, so for all of these programs, the final allocations were published primarily in April. We had one in August. And the reason why they don't change throughout the year is that their key data points are data points that we had when we created the legislative estimates. So most of them are counts from last year or prior year ADM or prior year WPUs. So this list here, these are the programs that do change throughout the school year. You'll see that most of them update in November. That's with the mid-year updates that we were talking about. Kindergarten grades 1 through 12 are different for charters and districts because districts have offsetting amounts from the basic school levy. That's one of the main reasons why those budget allocations change in May, because we need final property tax collections. So these are by far the biggest programs. These first 7 green programs. They make up the bulk of your budget. So they are, you know, NES, well, the K-12, when you hear the WPU, usually that refers to what people are, they often call it the WPU. That is the K-12 programs. Special Ed add-on is another large program. Other ones are class size reductions and students at risk. So you'll see here what some of the data points are that we update those with. You'll see October 1 counts that you're going to be reporting just right now, factor heavily into these allocations, prior year ADM and October cactus counts. So if there's one message that you can take away from this presentation, it would be that the data that you are providing right now are key to your funding levels. They have to be accurate, and we need those vetted, and the legislature changed the law to make it so that we got those data points just a little bit earlier, so that we can all be on at the state level on the same page earlier. For charter schools, after K-12, charter school local replacement is probably the next biggest program. You'll see that's the first of the salmon colored items. And then the other program allocations that are finalized in May, those are the voted and board local levy programs. They are updated in November, but then they, for things like the mid-year update WPUs, but it's not until we have final tax collections that those budgets are finalized. Then there's a whole host of other MSP programs that the MSP team, we don't directly administer. We assist in certain cases, and these are on the basic school side, the CTE programs. For related to basic, these are everything from, you know, the AP program, early college programs, pupil transportation, concurrent enrollment, Beverly Taylor. So, you know, what I did here was provide you with the key contact from USBE, their email and phone. So these budgets kind of, they are updated kind of all on their own schedule. It's all across, it's, you know, all across the calendar. And so you kind of have to deal with those on a case-by-case basis. So if you have questions about any of these programs, I'd suggest you reach out to the USBE staffers. You can obviously reach out to me and I can connect you with folks, but they would be able to tell you a lot more of the specifics on why a funding allocation changed or when, and all those kind of answers. So Sam, you're going to let me know if there are any questions that pop up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, please
Not
ask
so
questions
far,
throughout.
but haven't seen any so far.
Okay, so let's dive into key data points and sources. So zooming in a little bit on where we are in the process right now. Again, we're going to be going through the mid-year updates where we've talked a little bit about October 1 counts. We've talked about ADM, and we've talked about the cactus counts. I'd like to define those a little better. So when we say enrollments, usually what we mean are the October 1 counts. So that's a census snapshot on October 1 or the first school day in October. When we say ADM, that stands for average daily membership. That's based on enrollment too, but it's not a single day's enrollment. It's the average number of students enrolled throughout the entire year. And then the cactus counts, that's the teacher data used for things like the educator salary adjustment, teacher supplies and materials, educator professional time. So let's talk about these first two and how they relate to each other. So this is an example of, let's say, a charter school that offers grades 1 through 6. If they had so day 31 is October 1 in this case, let's say they had 450 students and they had enrolled every day 450 students, no changes throughout all 180 days. Their ADM would be 450 and their October 1 count would be 450. But let's say, you know, in scenario B, that they had 500 students enrolled until day 91, where immediately 100 students enroll elsewhere. Their October 1 count would be 500 because that was their enrollment on that day. But based on the membership days, you know, the generated throughout the entire year, their ADM would still be 450. And then the reverse is true if they had 400 students, and then they immediately got, you know, another 100 students on day 91. Their October 1 count in this case would be 400, but their ADM would be 450. In reality, as we know, enrollments go up and down throughout the entire year. In this case here, you'll see that enrollments go from, you know, about 370 up to about 520. And on October 1, this day, their enrollment was 480, which would be their October 1 count. But adding up the membership days and dividing them by 180, getting the average membership throughout the entire year, it's still 450. So how does this look in reality? So USBE Data and Statistics, they provide us with a number of extracts. The extract here in the back here, this shows total membership days by grade. The one up here in the front, these are ADM figures. And all you do to go from membership days to ADM is you divide the membership days by 180. So that number for Alpine up here, the 527,426, you divide that by 180, you get Alpine's half-day K ADM, which is 2,930.1 ADM. You compare that to the October 1 counts, where because that's a single day snapshot, you only have one extract there. And so in this case with Alpine School District, even though they had 2,900 half-day K ADM on October 1 last year, their half-day count was 3,058. So ADM and October 1 counts will be similar, but they're definitely not the same. And both of those, as you'll see when we get into the different formulas, both of those metrics are important for your funding. Okay, sorry, I forgot that I had those highlighted. Okay, so where do you find these data? If you go to this link up here, you'll go to the superintendent's annual report. And there's a whole host of data that you can download that has, you know, in addition to ADM and enrollment counts, there's teacher salary data, there's teacher and classified FTE information. There's also financial information from the AFR and related to tax rates and such, all on this this site. I would suggest that you go there and you bookmark it. It's the first place I go when I'm looking for data related to education statewide. Okay, on the October cactus counts, you've already heard this from Malia this morning. Let me go forward here on this part. She actually shared with you this site here that provides those spreadsheets on what qualifies for, you know, the educator salary adjustment, teacher supplies and materials. There's the link. So going back, I had a question from a BA, which was for all of these educator support programs, which license level qualifies? Is it just professional, or what about associate and LEA specific licenses? As long as those licenses are in Cactus, they all qualify. And the who qualifies versus not is not dependent on the educator license level. It's dependent on their area of assignment, and that's based on rule and law. So you know, that BA made the point that, you know, how can we encourage educators to get their professional license? You can't withhold the educator salary adjustment from them, for example, even if they have an LEA specific license. But there are mechanisms locally, like you can only go so high on your salary schedule until you have a professional license and those sort of things. But the state level mechanism of receiving these educator support programs is not dependent on which license they have. But as I said before, it really depends on rule and law who qualifies for ESA or teacher supplies and materials or educator professional time. Okay. So that was key data points and sources. So now we're going to dive into the basic school program into a little more detail here. So this table here shows you the biggest portion of the minimum school program, the basic school program. One of the key areas of misunderstanding from folks is they equate the WPU with a program, and the WPU is just a unit of measurement. And all kinds of different formulas within the basic school program generate WPUs. Every WPU is worth the same number of dollars. Again, this year it's $4,494. We'll go through more specifics, but if you're a school district and you have one ADM in grade 2, that student, that full-time student, would generate 1 WPU in the grades 1 through 12 program. If you had a kindergarten student who's half day K, that would be 0.55 WPUs. NES is this whole subset of complicated formulas for rural school districts. They each generate WPUs. You can see all the WPUs here in this column. There were 943,655 WPUs appropriated overall, which equates to $4.2 billion. The vast majority of WPUs are found in the K through 12 programs, but not all of them. Some of the WPUs are restricted for specific purposes. Neil just kind of went through some of the requirements for the special ed programs, for example. CTE has their own requirements. It really depends by program, but generally these first 6 or 5 programs, the enrollment growth contingency doesn't go out to LEAs, that funds deficits in other programs. Those are generally unrestricted on the use of funds. So that includes outside of K-12, foreign exchange students, NES, and professional staff. NES dollars do have to be spent within NES schools for the most part, but there are some caveats there. But the restricted basic school programs, these do have to be spent on specific populations and or for specific purposes. So where do we find this table here? If you go to the legislature's website, go to le.utah.gov, you'll see a tab that says budget, and you'll click this first link that says state budget PDF. And this is what will come up. I call it the appropriations report. Section 7 of the appropriations report. Sorry, I just had, okay, there we go. That's the public education subcommittee portion. And if you go to page 723, that's where these MSP tables start. Those MSP tables are very useful. This report comes out about May every year. So we already talked about the WPUs, the WPU value. So then, you know, it's all well and good that $168 million was appropriated to kindergarten. But what you probably want to know for your LEA is how much is projected to be allocated for kindergarten for your specific district or charter school. At that point, that's, you know, the bread and butter for the MSP team. We go through and calculate all of those allocations based on statute and rule. This is a picture of the district summary for Alpine. Where do you find these summaries? Here's the link to the MSP page under financial operations for the USBE website. You'll have to scroll to the bottom and you'll see these fiscal year reports. You'll have to click on that tab, but then you can find these. You'll see that it says, you know, for example, legislative estimates, but then you'll see charter school summary, legislative estimates, district school summary, legislative estimates. When we say legislative estimates, that's kind of a program by program look. If you want to just look for your LEA, I'd go to the summaries either for a charter school or a district. So how do we read this in looking at Alpine's, for example? So just like that table that you saw that broke out WPUs by all the programs, each summary breaks out the WPUs, but now allocated specifically to the LEA. You'll see for Alpine that 113,000 WPUs was allocated, which is worth $510 million. School districts have to levy what's called the basic state levy. And our estimates is that which is for, you know, 1484 this year, we estimate that will generate about $74 million. And that $74 million is taken from first grades K-12, and then it goes down further if there's not enough generated on the WPU side for that one program. So even though the allocation for Alpine is 363 million, the actual state allocation is 289 million. And that's the difference between the total and the basic levy revenues. This 74 million gets updated in May, and that's why the K-12 programs are up. The final allocations aren't known until that point because we don't have the final basic levy revenues until then. So this is a picture of South Summit, where South Summit generates more basic levy revenues relative to its WPUs than Alpine does. You'll see 9.2 million is our estimate for the basic levy for South Summit. We are estimating $7.3 million is the value of the WPUs in grades K-12. Because 7.3 is less than 9.2, all of that is paid for from local funds from the basic levy. Same thing with NES. And so you go down this kind of order of operations until you've used up all of the capacity within the basic levy. And so that's why on pro staff, for example, 810,000 is their total allocation for pro staff, but the state support amount nets out to 263,000, which is the difference after you allocate the full 9.2 million. This goes to the extreme case, which is Park City, where their entire basic school program costs, all of their WPUs is 25 million. We estimate that their basic levy revenues is 58 million. And so they don't receive, Park City doesn't receive funding from the state for any basic school programs. And the difference after that is actually remitted back to the state, which is called recapture. And so that's our estimate there. So hopefully it gives you a little better idea of how the basic school program works on the district side. On the charter side, it's a lot more straightforward because there are no offsetting local revenues. It's just the WPUs and the amount generated. So in this case, Ogden Prep has 1,454 WPUs generated under the formulas, which is worth $6.5 million. These will be updated in November where we true up to actual student counts across the board, and that would be their final WPUs for fiscal 25. So then what do you do? I wanted to kind of paint the picture from the state level, how the state sets the budget, all the way down to your allotment memos. So, this is just a picture of the allotment memo, and you'll see So, okay, yeah, sorry. Where do you get these? It's that same MSP site. But at the top of the site is where you'll see the allotment memos by period, by fiscal year. So under I wonder what I keep getting. Okay, there we go. Every time somebody comes in, then my screen updates, so I don't see everything here. So you'll see a section called the Minimum School Programs Basic. That is the line item that we've been talking about, the basic school program. And you'll see a whole bunch of programs that start with 25. You'll see others that start with 24. The number 25 indicates the year that the appropriation was made. And if you remember those tables that I showed you at the beginning where it said PPA is kindergarten, so 25 PPA is the program code at the state level for the kindergarten program paid for school fiscal year, or state fiscal year 2025, excuse me. So you'll see that these budgets should align exactly with the budgets in your allotment memo. And if they don't, let me know. And sometimes in rare cases, there'll be reasons for that. Okay, so that's the basic school program. Let's go into related to basic. So again, related to basic, these are a whole set of about 30 or so categorical programs. They're state level programs that are not based on WPUs. They're almost entirely funded with state funds, not local funds. And they are meant to serve a specific student population or a specific school type. There's a whole kind of host of different programs. So the first kind of general category that they just call related to basic programs, these are primarily charter school programs or the flexible allocation or transportation programs. So I mentioned that the charter school local replacement program is probably the second most important funding source for charter schools. That's $250 million. And the voted and board programs that we'll look at later, those feed into the calculations on how much is awarded per student into charter school local replacement. So that's kind of how parity is met between charter schools and school districts in that respect. So focus populations, these are things like, gang prevention or youth in custody, or which is now youth in care or adult ed. You'll notice here that on the funding side, so you have fiscal year 2024 and 2025, you'll see that there are a number of programs that have been zeroed out in 25 that exist in 24. For the most part, most of these programs that were zeroed out, like these bottom three here, paraeducators or an early literacy program, not English language learner software grants, those dollars were rolled into that at-risk add-on in the basic side to pay for weighting increases on that. The rural transportation grant program that was rolled into NES, and the rural school reimbursement that was taken out of the minimum school program that still exists. It's just in a different part of the budget. So you'll see that there are fewer programs in related to basic that were funded this year. So those are the first two big categories, general related to basic and then focus populations. And then the other two groupings or categories of programs. So we had already talked about educator supports a little more. This is I believe, this is the biggest of the programs or program buckets. And that's mostly due to the educator salary adjustments, which is becoming a very large program. There were the elementary school counselors program was the one program that funding was rolled up into the at-risk add-on program this year. Statewide initiatives, these are things like School Land Trust or TSSA, Dual Immersion, Beverly Taylor Sorensen, Digital Teaching and Learning Program. So that's the last kind of grouping of these programs. So you'll see overall, we're talking about $1.5 billion. So an important piece of the puzzle here. So what does this look like on the district and charter summary side? You'll see that there's no WPUs for these programs because these programs are not based on WPUs. You'll also see that there are a lot of programs in the legislative estimates that don't have amounts. That's not that that's not because Alpine in this case will not receive funding under these programs. A lot of those programs are those programs in that large table that I showed you at that we don't directly administer. And those budgets weren't available in April when the legislative estimates came out. So it looks very similar on the charter side. There are certain programs that are charter school specific, but for the most part, charter schools and districts participate in the same programs. So that's what it looks like in the summaries. And then this is what it looks like in the allotment memo. You can see that, again, these start with PQ and PU, and those budgets should align with your district or charter summaries. Okay, voted and board local levy programs. So again, these are the property tax equalization program. So this is the smallest of the three. It's $1.2 billion. About 900 million of that are local funds levied locally by school districts. The remainder is the state portion to equalize. And the guarantee rate this year is 64.05. So per WPU, per tax increment, you're guaranteed 64.05. So if you have, let's say you have 10,000 WPUs across your basic school program and you're levying more than 20 increments, so that would be 20 times 10,000, which is 200,000. So, and then times 64.05, which would be about, I think, somewhere in the $12 million range would be your guaranteed revenues. And then once you net out the local contribution for those 20 increments, if there's anything missing, the state fills in the difference. So I'm not going to go into voted and board in a lot of detail. I've done that in other presentations. This is what it looks like on the district side. And you'll see that unlike the other programs, you'll see that the majority of funding for the voted and board programs actually comes from the local side. So in this case, 145 million is the total guaranteed amount for Alpine, and 54 million is coming from the state. 90 of that is what's coming from local property taxes. So for a whole host of funding reasons at the state level, these two programs, the voted and board side, are actually broken out into 6 programs on your allotment memos. I wouldn't don't worry too much about whether your funding is coming from 25 PRAG versus 25 PRAL. It's all the same uses of funds, unrestricted dollars for your school district. These are just different funding sources that the legislature has added over time to add money to the program. So those are the 6 funding sources for voted and board. And that, hopefully gives you at least a very high level idea of what the minimum school program is, those 3 big buckets. So I received a couple requests to do some deeper dives into basic school program formulas. And so I'm going to be doing that for a few minutes for the rest of my presentation. My hope is that this can help to clarify basically what the calculation is for some of these key programs. and make it less of a black box for you. So again, PPA and PPB, these are the K-12 programs. The key data points for this year are your October 1 counts and your 2024 ADM counts. So the formula is you get the higher of the WPUs based on prior year ADM or on prior year plus growth, which is the year-over-year change in October 1 counts. And then depending on the student, with those ADM counts, districts, so if you're a half-day K student, would generate 0.55 WPUs. Districts FDK through grade 12 would be 1. Charter school weights are delineated in statute, and they're slightly different. They are more heavily weighted for the later grades and slightly less weighted for the earlier grades. So I'll walk you through how this works. So let's say you had a school district with 1,000 ADM. For simplicity's sake, let's say all the kindergartners are full day K. Let's say in last year, October 1, they had 1,000 students. This year they have 1,020 students. So the year-over-year growth is 2%. So the prior year plus growth is the 1,020. You get the higher of the WPUs based on the prior year plus growth or prior year ADM. So 1,020 is clearly higher than 1,000. So in this case, the WPUs where it's a 1-to-1, they are 1,020, which is worth $4.583 million. Let's say that the basic levy revenues for that school district are $3 million. So your state aid for K-12 would be $1,583,880. Let me go through an example on the charter school side. Because charter school weights are broken out between these different grade bands, you have to do the prior year plus growth by those different grade bands. So in this case, we're saying this is a charter school with grades 7 through 12. Let's say in 24, their ADM was 100 for grades 7 and 8. For grades 9 through 12, their ADM was 100. So the 7-8 WPUs would be the 0.99 times 100. The 9 through 12 ADM would be 1.2 times 100. So those two summed up, that would be 219 WPUs. But you get the higher of that or the WPUs based on prior year plus growth. So that's where the October 1 counts come in. So let's say in October 1, in last year, they had 100 students in grades 7 through 8. But then this year in grades 7 through 8, they had 105 students. So that's 5% growth. Let's say in grades 9 through 12, they had 100 students last year, but this year they had 95 students. So that's negative 5% growth. So the prior year plus growth counts are the 105 and the 95. And you multiply those by the WPU weightings, you get 217.95. So again, you get the higher of those two. So 219. So in this case, even though you saw growth in grades 7 through 8, because you saw declines in grades 9 through 12, you're better off with the WPUs based on 2024 ADM. And so that's their WPUs for 25, which is 219 WPUs, which equates to 984,186. So, that we've talked about the K-12 formulas before. What I haven't done in as much detail is go into the other formulas. So Sam, you're going to let me know if there are questions, correct? So just let me know if there's anything else. I'll just keep moving forward. So
yeah, still not seeing any.
Yes, I'm just, everybody is in shock and awe or they're asleep. Either way, I'll keep going. When we share these spreadsheets with you, hopefully they can be a little more understandable that that's exactly what we're doing, this kind of calculation here in these spreadsheets. We're looking at the ADM and comparing that to the prior year plus growth calculation, and you get the higher of the two. Okay, let's move on. So ProStaff is another important program. Malia talked a little bit about the complicated formula to actually get your pro staff ratios. I'm not going to go into that in a lot of detail, but I'll show you at least how those ratios are derived. But basically it's your ratio times your K-12 and your NEST WPUs. That's what gives you your pro staff WPUs. So how does the ratio work? Well, here's a picture of the statute. Basically it awards additional weighting to the ratio for teachers who have more years of experience and who have higher than a bachelor's degree. So you basically can have a teacher generating 1 up to 1.7. Malia talked about how to qualify for this calculation, you have to have that teacher's degree in the system. So again, putting a plug for making sure your Cactus data is really good. It does affect your bottom line at the end of the day. Then once you calculate this out for all qualifying educators, then you have to divide by 1 and then multiply by 1/4 of the WPUs. At the end of the day, you get these ratios that are usually 0.07 or 0.08. If you look over here, kind of highlight in orange, you'll see ratios across all the LEAs, and you'll see that they vary. And that's based on the teacher tenure and levels of experience. So with the school district, let's say the ratio is 0.0827955. And let's say that district had 1,500 K-12 WPUs and 500 NEST WPUs. All you do is you multiply those 2,000 WPUs by that ratio and you get 165.591 WPUs. So it's relatively simple other than how you get to the pro staff ratios. We can go into that in more detail in another day if you really want to. Let's say a charter school had a different ratio of 0.072 and they had 1,000 WPUs in their K-12 formulas. That would be 1,000 times that ratio, which is 72.108 WPUs. So in the mid-year updates, not only are we updating your K-12 WPUs based on actual counts, but we're also updating your pro staff ratios based on your Cactus counts from this month. Okay, so that's the pro staff calculation. And that's in the same spreadsheet that includes your K-12 WPUs. Okay, special ed add-on. This is a fun one. There are kind of two pieces. This is one that folks fear quite often to try to understand. It's not as hard as it looks. There's basically two pieces to it. You get the higher of what we call the foundation amount, or your prior year WPUs plus your growth WPUs. So the foundation amount is based on the 4-year rolling average of your SPED ADM. So let's go through an example here. So let's say the 4-year average SPED ADM for the school district was 9,500. And last year their SPED WPUs was 9,400. So then let's say their 23 SPED ADM was 9,500, 24 SPED ADM was 10,000. The growth factor would be that difference. So that they added 500 SPED ADM, which is 5.2632%. And the growth WPUs would be the prior year ADM, the 10,000, times that growth factor, the 5%. So it's 526 WPUs. You add that to the 9,400 WPUs from last year, and you get the higher of, again, that foundation, 9,500, or the 9,400 plus 526. So in this case, it's better to have the prior year WPUs plus growth, which is 9,926, which in this case is 44,608,000. So we do update in the mid-year updates the SPED add-on formula, but the only thing that changes, for the legislative estimates, we had to estimate what your 24 ADM was, Now we have your actuals. So we true up to your actual 24 ADM. Everything else is the same. So there's really, the only difference between charter schools and districts is that there are some prevalence caps where your growth can't be higher. That your growth WPUs are limited if you're above certain percentages. No district or very few districts are at their caps. It's either 14 or 20%. So there's not a lot of difference right now in the outcomes between districts and charters on this. So that's the SPED ADM formula. Hopefully that can provide a little clarity. Let me know if there are questions on that. So yeah, again, that's what this spreadsheet that we share out is doing. Okay, so I think I have two more. I have class size reduction and students at risk. That's right. So class size reduction, unlike some of the other formulas that generate a specific amount for specific students, you are actually just allocating a portion of the whole based on your K-8 ADM. So for class size reduction, you get the proportionate share of the total allocation made to that program based on either your K-8 prior year ADM or prior year plus growth, which it's calculated similarly to the K-12 side. So let's look at this, how this would play out for a charter school. So let's say you had 1,000 ADM K-8 in 24. Let's say that you had 1,000 K-8 students in October 1, 2023, and this year you have 1,050. So that would be a year-over-year change of 5%. So the prior year plus growth ADM would be the 1,050. If that were negative, then you would use the 1,000, which would be the prior year ADM. Let's say that the total, statewide ADM is 450,000. Your proportionate share is that 1,050 divided by the 450,000, which is 0.23333%. There were 42,357 WPUs appropriated to class size reduction this year. So you multiply that percentage by that and you get the 98.833 WPUs. So the challenge of trying to predict this is that it's based on how everybody else's ADM falls. So you can't exactly predict it until you see everybody else's results, but you can get close because the overall statewide amount doesn't change that dramatically. So again, it's just your proportionate share of your K ADM essentially, but you get the higher of either your prior year ADM or this prior year plus growth calculation. So that spreadsheet that we share every year on class size reduction, that's what that's doing. All right, last one, students at risk add-on. This is the newest of the basic school program formulas. This is now, I think, 3, maybe 4 years old. It replaced the EARS program from before. And I talked about certain related to basic programs that whose funding was reallocated to this program to increase the weights. When we're talking about weights, we're talking about these multipliers here. So the 0.125 and the 0.0475, those are higher this year. And they paid for that through these other programs. So let's say you had an LEA with 10,000 students experiencing economic disadvantage. I think this is primarily measured through students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch, but I think there's more nuance to it than that. And then your limited English proficiency, you get a certain number of WPUs per ELL student or limited English proficiency students. So let's say they had 1,000 of those students. Both of these are based on your October 1 counts. So the legislative estimates was based on last year's October 1 counts. We update that to what you report right now, essentially. And then every LEA receives a base of 5 WPUs. So in this case, that would be 10,000 times the 0.125 or 1,250 WPUs. The LEP WPUs would be 1,000 times the 0.0475 or 47.5 WPUs, and then the 5. So you add all those up, that's 1,302 WPUs or $5.8 million. So it's a pretty straightforward formula. The weirdness in this formula over the first few years was based on trying to do this kind of hold harmless, comparing years to the new formula, but that has this year's the first year where that hold harmless no longer exists, and so it's a much more straightforward calculation. So again, so here is the full list of basic school program formulas, the key data points and the formulas used. I went over the biggest ones, but there are small ones, small programs that factor in. So please look at these, and if you have questions, happy to answer any of them. But that hopefully makes this process a little less of a black box. So again, we went over timelines, key data points, the 3 line items under the minimum school program, and then went into basic school formulas. Yeah, this is the MSP team, and please reach out to us if you have questions. We try to be responsive to folks and really appreciate everything that you do, and happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions? Okay, the only thing between us and the end of the day is our amazing pupil transportation specialist, Ron Litchfield. But thank you, Dale. Thank you, Brett. And we'll turn the time over to Ron here.
Thanks, Sam. So I'm Ron Litchfield. I'm the transportation specialist for the State Board of Education. And as I was putting together for this presentation, really what I wanted to focus on was some of my more frequently asked questions. This year, I haven't had a whole lot. And so my presentation is actually a little bit short. So first thing I want to just highlight is just how safe a school bus is. And some of the next slides will talk about some of the reasons you would use a school bus rather than other forms of transportation. There are so many features on a school bus. It makes the school bus the safest vehicle that's on the road today. A few years ago, we had the Division of Risk Management put together a guidance document to help keep districts out of trouble, our charter schools out of trouble. And there are 17 topics in this document. It talks about the acceptable vehicle use, and in that section, it identifies, harsh weather or trips that are longer than 350 miles are best taken in a school bus for that safety advantage there. There's also driver requirements. We talk about age, type of vehicle, understand how to drive that vehicle that you're taking, as well as taking the defensive driver training. Some help in determining when to provide transportation. So we often have some type of discussion whether transportation is provided for clubs or school events, and it talks really, if you're going to provide transportation, own it and cover all the transportation. And if you're not going to, just separate yourself from providing that transportation in the first place. Another is just our night driving and hazardous weather restrictions that I'll go over here in just a second. First thing I want to share is, as a reminder, every meeting, it seems, I cover this. We still have LEAs that end up getting themselves in a situation where they've purchased a vehicle that they can't use. And so this is a huge cost to an LEA. So Utah Code 58.8 to 11.5 an education entity may not use a vehicle with the seating capacity of 11 or more, including the driver, for transporting students unless it meets the school bus build requirements. And so kind of the diagrams you see is a van with 10 passengers, which actually right now are really difficult to find because manufacturers are prioritizing other builds. So we're seeing shortages of ambulances, shortages of trucks, and other areas that use that same chassis. And so school buses are becoming, or 10 passenger vehicles are becoming more difficult to find, as well as some of our type A school buses are becoming, have longer lead times in ordering those. When we discussed our white fleet requirements, risk management came up with some recommendations. First, they have an annual driver safety training that every driver must take. And if a driver fails to do this training, it actually could, in an accident, the deductible, I believe, can be up to $10,000. So there's a significant cost if we're not having our drivers participate in their annual or biannual, every other year, driver safety training. Second, we have to make sure that if we're transporting students, that the adults have a criminal background check, or the drivers have a criminal background check. And then C, we got to make sure that they have a current driver's license. So C and E and D, these are more toward the drivers themselves. We need to make sure that they have a good motor vehicle record. If you have school bus drivers, we actually require that the motor vehicle records be monitored or pulled twice every year, and or any education entity can apply for that motor vehicle record program. It's essentially like a background check, but it only focuses on their driving motor vehicle record. And so if there's any change on their record, it would automatically report that to you every single month. And then E, if using a personal vehicle to transport students, so these are sometimes they're volunteers, sometimes they're teachers who are using their personal vehicle. We need to make sure that they have proof of auto insurance. This is a big concern for risk, or some of our charter schools don't use risk management, but this would be also a big concern for our charter schools if there was an accident and we found that the vehicle that students were in did not have insurance or sufficient insurance. Night driving restrictions. This has actually come up a few times this year. I've talked to several board members and some of your local LEAs. The guidance provided here is no vehicle other than a commercial vehicle that is used for transportation of students shall begin a trip between the hours of 11 p.m. and 4:30 a.m. So statistically, there's a greater risk for an accident during that period of time. Trips may start before 4:30 if you're transporting students to an airport. And then any trip that begins before 11 p.m. should be completed before 1:30 a.m. And if that's not a possibility, we recommend that there's an overnight stay associated with that trip. So these are guidelines. Obviously, if we have some poor weather on the way back, you'd have to consider, do we make a stop or do we return home past 1:30 a.m. And so that would be a decision you'd have to make for your drivers. The next piece is associated with this presentation, I've attached kind of a guidance document on our latest Clean School Bus funding program. This year, you may need to partner with some other districts, partner with a vendor. I believe they're doing quantities of electric school buses in 25 and 50. So this is more of our bigger, I think the last few years, it's kind of introduced the electric bus, and now this grant seems to be more focused on districts and charter schools that want to do a bigger purchase now that they've had things maybe established. So that's with that document, there's a list of dates and meetings and information about how you go about applying for the Clean School Bus Funding grants. Then for our legislative funding highlights from FY25, our to and from school transportation funding, we only added 281,500 in funding. Part of that was we had one-time funds from last year that were removed, and then we also saw an increase in with the WPU. The second piece is our rural transportation grant has been removed from my responsibility and has now rolled that funding into the NEST program. And so I don't know how that will affect your districts as you're seeing your rural transportation funds sent in a different manner through the NEST program and formula. Okay, that's really all I have, unless there are questions regarding transportation.
Don't see any. Are there any questions here for Ron? His presentation's uploaded in the Google Drive, and let me put the link here one more time. But we appreciate all of you being here, and there is the link in the chat. Appreciate all of you being here. Appreciate the presenters for preparing and being ready to answer your questions. Just another reminder, if you feel like you need some training on a particular aspect in your LEA, we're happy to set that up on an ad hoc basis. We will be scheduling a new business administrator training for sometime in January, so watch out for that. If you're a little bit newer or feel like you need some refreshers, we can do that as well. Just really want to, make sure we remind you that it's extremely important that you have time and effort policies and procedures in place, board approved, and that you're following those, especially on the special education state and federal side. But again, thank you for being here. Let us know if there's anything we can help you out with. And we'll let you go here 7 minutes early. Thank you all.
Thanks, Sam and team, for everything. That was a good meeting today.
You bet. Good luck, Chris.
Hey, good job, Sam. And the rest of the crew.